CIDP in Garissa. And I think that that's a really important development. I'll conclude my remarks, because I intend to leave as much time as possible for the substantive discussion in this meeting, by just saying the obvious thing. Development is not a solo endeavour and never can be. Garissa's call for enhanced partnership is a call to action for all of us. We know that the SDGs have to be achieved through partnership, and we also know that they can't be achieved at national level if any region, community or minority is left behind. And so in that spirit, I urge all stakeholders here in the room and elsewhere, government at both levels, development partners, civil society, the private sector, let's come together, intensify efforts to build resilience, foster economic empowerments, create sustainable solutions for the great people of Garissa. Let's capitalise on the extraordinary opportunity that Sharika will be, not just for refugees, but at least as importantly for host communities, and so we together support Garissa to become one of the powerhouses of development in the northeast of this great country. Let me conclude with a couple of questions to all of us. How can we, as partners, better align our interventions with Garissa's County Integrated Development Plan, the CIDP, that we're going to hear much more about? How can we further strengthen our coordination between all of those different baskets of stakeholders so we come together with one voice and one effort? How can we learn specific lessons from successful development programs and resilience creation programs from other marginalized parts of the country and from other countries? How can we engage the energies of the private sector? That's more crucial than ever. And finally, yes, how can we seize the opportunity that Sharika will give us? As I say, not just for refugees, because Sharika is only partially about refugees. It's about a much bigger vision of integrated sustainable development for Garissa and for Kenya. So let me end, friends, by reiterating UN Kenya's continued commitment to stand with the people of government and government of Garissa, to thank you once again for being here, and let's move together with an integrated partnership to help the people and government of Garissa achieve their sustainable development ambitions. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen Johnson, our chief guest this morning, for your insights and, of course, for your support in word and deed. As we proceed, I would now like to direct your attention to the screen in a few. We talked about opportunities and tourism, especially local tourism. And one of the things that really excite me is that when we talk about local tourism in 2025 or in the last few years, we definitely have to acknowledge the presence of local tourism. Kenyans travel. Kenyans like to see beautiful places. And I believe the video that we're about to see on the screen will underline just that, why we like to go to beautiful places. The cinematography is beautiful. Of course, that's the journalist in me talking. But aside from that, just how many of you knew that there are already 2 endangered species in Garissa County? I have to say, I also didn't know that. I only knew of one. We have the Ilora and the Somali ostrich. So these are the opportunities that we get to present. These are the opportunities that Garissa County and other ASAL County offers. So allow me to direct your attention to the screen. This is going to take about 30 minutes, but I can guarantee you 30 minutes is nothing compared to the kind of content that you'll be seeing. But I guess you'll be the judge after the 30 minutes. So attention on screen, and we'll be right back.
Garissa, a land of contrast and opportunity, a county where the ancient and modern coexist, where the land is both vast and fertile, and where a bright future is being built every day. Here is the untold story of Garissa County, its people, its resources, its beauty, and its potential. For centuries, the Tana River has been the lifeline of Garissa. Its waters nourish the land, sustain communities, and drive the economy. The story of Garissa will always be told alongside this massive and beautiful water body, which is both a source of joy and at times heartache for the people of Garissa. Garissa's agricultural sector is growing rapidly. Large-scale and smallholder farms are harnessing the river's potential, producing some of Kenya's finest fruits and grains.
Garissa County, I can say without fear of contradiction, is not known to many people, Kenyans and even beyond our borders, in many ways. Many times what is out there seems to be a bit of mixed, if not actually negative. But Garissa is more than that. This is a county where the potential for development, the potential for everything is huge.
At the Balambala irrigation scheme, this massive rice plantation sums up the potential of Garissa as an agricultural hub. Here, more than 30 hectares of land have been irrigated with waters from the Tana River, supplying tons of rice all year round. The harvests are packaged and are seen as a model farm that can be replicated in other locations across the county, improving food security and nutritional health.
Some of the best farming products come from Garissa. Our watermelons are second to none. The onions that we produce are one of the best in the country. The lemons, for that matter, the mangoes. And therefore, it's very, very important. You can easily call it the lifeline of the county.
Closer to the river, you will find the Alole irrigation scheme with its beautiful mango orchards. The farm boasts more than 192 hectares of arable land. The farmers here are optimistic about the future.
Dodo, kwa jina ingine, ni miti ambayo ni mingi sana tumepanda hapa. Ile mimea ni mzuri kwetu ambayo tunabatanga mabato. Ndio tumejua ardhi iko na maana. Inatoka mabato mzuri sana. Ndio sasa tumearifuka sasa, tunataka kila mahali tupitie sasa.
Irrigation in Garissa is not just limited along the banks of the Tana River. Beyond the riverbanks, farmers in the drylands are also making strides.
waxa ana ka soo fikirnay waxaan ogaanay dhulkayna inuu yahay dhul aad iyo aad u fiican oo wax soo saar leh oo hadii la maalgeliyo wax soo saarayo oo laga kaftoomayo muxuu ahaa maskiinimada leenta meesha ka baxayso qaraha meesha ka baxayo way ka macaan cambada kudi way ka macaan yihiin miraha kale ee ka baxayaan Kenyada kale county-ga aad iyo aad baan ugu mahadcelinayaa gafanaha uu mahadsan yahay aad iyo aad u mahadsan yahay uu ka warhayaa beeraha Garissa County uu ka warhayaa aad iyo aad buu u mahadsan yahay waxaan noo imaatay hadda mar laga joogo ilaa 8 bilood 9 bilood WFP oo ay soo dirtay county soo direen oo noo sameysay muxuu sheelka weyn ee meesha hadda aad ku arkaysiin oo lagu naasiriyo muxuu ahaay basasha yaanyada waxyaalaha lagu naasiriyo waxa kale oo WFP oo county-ga ay soo dirtay oo irrigation bay noo sameysay ayadana beebashi bay noo xiriiriyeen.
Away from the farms and the river, livestock rearing is a way of life in Garissa. Camels, cows, sheep and goats sustain thousands of families and drive commerce across the region. The Wednesday livestock market is the heartbeat of the county's economy.
Soko ya kubwa kabisa Kenya yote ni hii ya Northeastern Garissa County. Hii soko kubwa inatoka Wajir, Mandera, boda ya huko Somalia, inatoka Tana River.
Livestock is our economic mainstay. And therefore, not just the Garissa market, but also we have a number of other markets, whether in Dadaab, in Modogash, in Banambala. And therefore, we are big traders in livestock, and for that matter, big exporters to the other part of the country. Going forward, our intention is now to process, add value. The simple selling of the live animal is not really quite as beneficial as it should if we were able to process and add value. The hides and skins being processed separately, with the meat being processed separately, and that's why, therefore, we are now talking about the county industrial park that is upcoming, hopefully soon. We have huge rice plantations. We've also decided to use one of those facilities, the factory, for the rice processing. It's a very, very important industrial park for us, and actually I would want to use this opportunity to invite prospective investors to come forward and take up those facilities so that we work together into moving processing and value addition as quickly as possible.
Roaring sounds of machines echoes across the county. Roads, bridges, and public facilities are shaping a new future. Garissa is leading Kenya's clean energy revolution. The county is home to one of Africa's largest solar power plants, reducing dependency on fossil fuels and bringing electricity to thousands. This plant has installed capacity of 50 megawatts, which is enough to power more than 250,000 homes. Garissa Water and Sewerage Company, Gawasco, plays a crucial role in addressing the water needs of Garissa County, where water scarcity is often a challenge. As the primary provider of clean and safe drinking water, Gawasco ensures that communities across the county have access to this essential resource.
The system was designed to hold 21,000 water cubic. What we do is around 17,000. Garissa is one of the growing town. The supply vis-a-vis the demand is bigger. Currently, we have around 11,000 connections. Our target is around 21,000 connections. Thanks to His Excellency, the Governor Nadif Jama, he did for us an 8 set of filters. He did a model lab for us. He did an elevated tanks, and he has even renovated the whole system.
Healthcare in Garissa is also changing for the better. The county's hospitals are being upgraded, providing better medical services, including specialized cancer centers and dialysis units.
This is the only cancer center in this region. We have so many patients, especially in this region. Now that it is serving about 7 counties. Since we started, I can tell you, if you come here on a Monday, Tuesday, you see the patients who are coming for clinics, you'll be very happy. Very many patients have really been assisted. Patients have really recovered. That one I can attest. They come here, they tell us, thank you so much, you saved my life.
The hospital's dialysis center is a source of hope for individuals suffering from kidney diseases. With cutting-edge technology and highly trained medical staff, it offers life-saving treatment to patients from across the northern eastern region, greatly improving the quality of life for many.
We have 5 walking machines, and per day we normally dialyze up to 17 patients. Actually, a machine has to dialyze only 3 patients in 24 hours. Previously, we used to have the MES project machines, which currently none of them is working. Last year, March, that is when the county government chipped in and they bought us 5 new machines, the ones that we are using right now. The big challenge is that we have less machines against the number of patients. And this hospital is very big. We have so many patients coming in from referrals. Patients from Wajir, Mandera, Tana River, and even from within the county, private facility, they normally refer patients to us.
The hospital also boasts state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment, including a fully equipped CT scan, ensuring that critical health conditions are detected early and accurately. In addition, the oxygen plant is a vital resource, supplying continuous oxygen to the hospital's wards, particularly for emergency and respiratory patients.
This is where we refill cylinders. We take them to this manifold. At a time we can fill 10. So 10, it takes like 24 hours. We have our storage area. This is where we store our empties. These are waiting to be filled. The pipe goes direct to the wards. Before we used to get it from Nairobi, and because of the distance, many things were happening on the way. But since we are having this in this facility, we are even helping the other facilities from this end. Because you cannot give critical care to patients without oxygen on the way.
This hospital is a level 5 hospital, which is the second apex, highest apex in this country, because the highest level is level 6, where Kenyatta National Hospital and Moi Teaching and Referral Hospitals falls. So this hospital, under those tertiary, secondary, tertiary, critical care and emergency cares, that this hospital also have over 50 specialists. It has almost 32 departments. Currently, we're having a critical care unit, that is ICU, and then we have HDU, which is almost 8 beds. And then we have under 6 theaters. We are having what's called an outpatient turnover of 500 to 1,000 per day.
Garissa's healthcare future is looking brighter with the ongoing construction of a new level 5 hospital. This facility will include a specialized 400-bed capacity of mother and child wing, ensuring better healthcare for mothers and infants across the region. The hospital's expansion will not only meet growing demand, but will also enhance the quality of care, making Garissa a regional leader in healthcare.
Our current level 5 hospital can no longer provide the capacity required. We've already started now constructing a big, probably the largest level 5 hospital, a new one in northern Kenya. It's coming up very well. It's a 4-story building, which we hope to conclude the completion sometime next year. The unique thing about also it has a dedicated or special mother and child wing with about 400 or so bed capacity. The health sector, we've come a long way from where we were before devolution. Today we have healthcare facilities, dispensaries, maternity units almost in every ward. So I think healthcare is an area that we are making good strides. My vision is to see hopefully a day comes sooner than later where also we'll have reduced drastically our maternal mortality rates.
Garissa is home to some of Africa's most unique wildlife. The Ishakbini Game Reserve is one of the 3 game reserves in the county and protects the world's last remaining Hirola antelopes, an endangered species that conservationists are fighting to save.
Hirola is a very unique and critically endangered species. The wild sahi imebaki less than 500 animals. Inapatikana Garissa peke yake kulingana na takwimu za wanyama duniani. Na hii community ya Ishakbini imeona sababu hapa ndio natural habitat ya Hirola. So hii community iliamua kando na kufanya ufugaji, waliona pia lazima wapatie hiyo animal ambayo ni muhimu sana katika duniani waipatie nafasi ya pia kujaribu kukua kama hao wanyama wengine. Ndio sasa chanzo cha kuanzika kwa hii community conservancy. Naweza waambia watu wa ulimwengu ya kwamba Garissa mliambiwa ni mahali iko shida, ni mahali ya ukame, ni mahali ya ukosefu wa usalama. Hii conservancy imeonyesha dunia ya kwamba ni tofauti na vile watu wanafikiria. Sababu ukiona landscape ya sehemu hii ya conservancy utaona ni evergreen. Tunawaambia Garissa ni mzuri, ni mahali ya kujivunia, ni mahali ya mtu kuja kutalii ndani.
Among the endless rangelands, the Somali ostriches confidently parade across the land, their elegant forms standing out beautifully against the vast open plains. These magnificent birds have become iconic symbols of Garissa's rich and diverse ecosystems. Garissa is also home to the majestic reticulated giraffes, one of the rarest giraffe species in the world. Their distinctive web-like patterns make them a mesmerizing sight, and the county is one of the few places where these endangered creatures still roam freely and in the wild. In addition to the giraffes, Garissa is also a sanctuary for some of Africa's big five. The mighty elephants, with their ancient wisdom and towering presence, can be found in the lush surrounds of Benane Springs, where they roam with ease and grace, symbolizing the untamed beauty of Garissa's wilderness. The Benane Springs serve as a key watering point for both livestock and wild animals.
We have one of the best, if not actually the best, fertile open plains in the country, the Lurian Swamp for that matter, which indeed, if we were able to make use of it, can easily be the breadbasket for not only this county, but indeed probably the entire northern region of Kenya.
In the northern part of the county, stretching across Garissa County, is the Boni Forest, a vast and ecologically significant forest that is home to unique flora and fauna.
Not many people know that Garissa has a 14 or 15 kilometer coastline on the Indian Ocean, and it's something that definitely we intend to work on, again with the national government, with the partners, to open up into that section of the sea.
This pristine stretch of coastline marks a significant geographical feature where the beauty of Garissa's rangelands give way to the vibrant waters of the Indian Ocean. With its coastal beauty, Dar es Salaam Point offers a promising gateway for the future of marine tourism in Garissa.
We have quite a few number of good hotels, and I can easily say our conferencing capacity should be anywhere between 800,000. We would not have a problem, I think, as far as conference is concerned. The hotels, I'm sure you have seen them, the quality are quite good. So yes, I can say without fear of contradiction, we do have that capacity for conferencing in Garissa.
As the county continues to grow, Garissa is also focusing on early childhood development, establishing and improving ECD centers throughout the sub-counties. By nurturing young minds from an early age, Garissa is building the next generation of leaders, educators, and entrepreneurs who will drive its continued transformation. Garissa University also stands as a symbol of higher learning and opportunity in the county. The university attracts students from all over Kenya, offering diverse academic programs.
Every year we have students graduating, and they get job opportunities in different counties in the northern region, that is Garissa, Wajir, and Isiolo, part of the northern Kenya, from Garissa University. It is a direct job when you study in Garissa University.
Garissa University, being the only university in the northern region, has been great influence to the students and also to the community. For one, it has helped in the introduction of new teachers and also the development of the curriculum studies. First, we have been given opportunities to undertake our teaching practice in this region, which has helped in the number of teachers in the schools, and also there have been interactions between the Garissa University and the community. For example, during sports and other occasions such as the music. We have also harbored so many events in our lecture theatre here, which has brought about many interactions between the people from the down Kenya and also the people from this region.
Beyond the urban developments, Garissa is rich in natural resources. With proper investment, limestone and gypsum could create new industries and job opportunities. There are gypsum mining sites in Modica and limestone deposits in Benane. Alongside the Waso Plains, seasonal rivers like Togwene bring additional life to the landscape. These rivers, though dependent on the seasonal rains, are vital lifelines for the local communities, providing water for both crops and livestock. As the sun sets, Garissa comes alive. From the town center, businesses thrive and opportunities flourish.
Wakati nilikuja Garissa nilikuwa nafanya kazi ya hoteli, mimi nilikuwa mosha vyombo, mimi nilikuwa cleaner. Kwanza kabisa nakuja hapa. So nilipoajiriwa kazi nikapambana mpaka mwisho nikasema hii kazi acha niachane nayo, niangalie kazi ambayo naweza jimudu mimi mwenyewe. So ndo nikaamua kuchukua pikipiki ya loan, kalipia mpaka nikamaliza.
Mimi ni mzaliwa wa Kwale County. Hiyo wakati nilikuja nikiwa kama sina bodaboda, nilikuwa nafanya tu kuajiriwa bodaboda ya mtu. Lakini sasa hii at least kidogo niko na bodaboda yangu. Mimi nawaambia wasiwe na shida yoyote, yani wasiogope. Kwa sasa hii usalama umeimprove, kwa hiyo hata mtu yote anaweza kuja Garissa. Kuna wengi wanafanya kazi usiku na hakuna kitu wanafanywa. Labda wewe mwenyewe uwe ni muoga tu.
I was to make one request. The mainstream media to avoid displaying our counties, not just Garissa, but also the counties of northern Kenya negatively. I think they can do better professionally. This is a county where I can tell you we have every community in this country are well represented here. And we have a large number of young men from down Kenya who actually could not access jobs in their home counties and are happily working here and living here. One incident or few incidents that happened a few years back cannot really keep pressing Garissa on security. In fact, if you were to go around this town, the night activities in this county are second to none.
Garissa is a land of dreams, resilience, and limitless potential. The future is bright, and this is just the beginning.
Under devolution, we are covering some good ground, and I hope this will continue, even as I conclude or complete my last term myself. Garissa is a story of success, of potential, a story of people needing to know this unknown county in a better way. Garissa means peace. Garissa means development. Nothing but potential. And I wish to take this opportunity to invite all to come to Garissa. Let's do business together in a county that indeed has a lot of potential and ready for investors to come on board.
A farmer, probably I'm a little threatened that the watermelons in Garissa are sweeter than the ones in Loitoktok, because Loitoktok is also an ASAL region, and there's a lot of similarity between even the topography in Garissa and in areas like Rombo. And for me, this is such a challenge, because we are always used to Ukambani as the source of sweetest mangoes, and I can attest to this, that mangoes or fruits from hotter or drier areas are sweeter because of the concentration. So it will be interesting to see also our development partners making it possible for people to start getting, you know, fruits from Garissa to Nairobi, you know, and this is possible through infrastructural development. So I think the conversations we are looking to have today, sorry about that feedback, I'm too close to the speaker. The conversations we're looking to have today is what are the priority areas that we can plug into. Health is one of the critical areas that for a lot of counties and even the national government, it is an area that people are concerned about. So yes, we have the county doing the big hospitals, the level 5 hospitals. Is it possible to help the counties equip these hospitals, whether business and otherwise? So these are the conversations we are hoping to have today. And because of the visionary leadership, because of the legacy of development that His Excellency, the Governor, has left in Garissa County, I think we ought to give him a standing ovation as he comes back on stage and takes us through his presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding as we welcome him back on stage.
Yeah. Forward. Come forward. All right. Well, thank you very much, the team, for that very, very interesting and informative documentary. I think my presentation will just basically be touching on, or rather emphasizing on, some of the issues already covered in that documentary. I don't think it will really add a lot of new things, but rather to emphasize so that we then can open up the floor for discussion as a plenary on the specific issues maybe worth discussing. A county well set for development, I think that's exactly the message that you also witnessed in that documentary. But before that, before I go into the real nitty-gritties of the development agenda, I also thought it's worth knowing a bit about the history of this county. Where did we come from? And how did we find ourselves where we are now? Of course, thereafter, emphasize by introducing a bit of the further, or rather emphasize on the aspects that were already covered in the documentary. Mention the fact that we are now seeing some good push in terms of infrastructure, or development infrastructure for the county. How are we performing, or how have we performed so far under devolution? Also some few slides in that regard. And then, of course, repeat what also you saw there in the documentary in terms of the potential, the natural resources, whether they are in terms of land, agriculture, livestock, or the tourism potential, and also, for that matter, the potential that we have in terms of adding value to our products. Finally, my intention is some historical perspective. And I think this basically will look into, for instance, how did we get our name as a county? And the fact is that we have our name from this tree, or this plant rather, which in our language, in Somali, is known as garas. Basically, the story is told that, some many years back, in the late 1800s, someone, they talk of a European British tourist or explorer, for that matter, who came and found some people sitting under this tree. And when he asked the people, what is this place? Or they probably mentioned the name Garas, thinking that he was asking them about the name of the tree, and that's how basically the name was recorded, and therefore it is confirmed that the name Garissa is coming from that tree. The tree, of course, right now is very common in the southern part of the county, and it is confirmed that it has a lot of medicinal advantages also. Probably something also we need to explore more and more. Another interesting aspect, historical aspect, is that this, the place we call now Garissa, once upon a time, if you look at this map of 1918, was actually in that province, it was part of the province known as Tanaland during, of course, around that time of the First World War, when this land known as Kenya currently was being, partitioned, being, put into different sections. We were together with Lamu and Tana River County, the current Tana River County, Lamu County, and I think a section also of the current Kilifi. We were all together in that province known as Tanaland province, and it's confirmed that our administrative, that's where the administrator or the main office for administration was based. Interestingly, if you look at the other parts of northern Kenya, including Wajir, North Marsabit, Mandera, they were all part of, we were on this side of places that actually the British government took an interest to settle, of course, for different reasons. I think also mainly as a buffer for the northern Kenya region. And you can see this is a well-kept record of the administrators who came and administered Garissa as district commissioners all the way from 1921 until down there 1963 when Kenya got independence. So really, we were quite a very important, should I say, zone, or for that matter, a very important destination for the British government at that time, of course. And I have to say that a lot also was done under the administration, particularly in terms of urbanizing our people from being basically pastoralists. If you can just go back a bit, one slide. Just go back. Garissa became formally the headquarters known as the Northeastern Province. So our history in terms of the modern history of Garissa, I think will date from 1933. That actually is when we still have that building standing where the district commissioner was stationed, and now actually it's still where our current regional commissioner occupies. Interestingly, this is, of course, those days there was no bridge. But what we had rather was a ferry. And this was a ferry, as you can see, I think the name was Napier or something, where it was manned by being pulled by people or by workers on both sides of the river. So this is, as you can see, a photo of that ferry of 1942. We got the first bridge in 1946, an interesting one, and I think the history of this one also is quite a good one. It was probably among the first bridges done by the British government, colonial government at that time, in any part of this region. In fact, compared to many other places in the country. That again, confirming the importance that the British government attached to Garissa for given its location. Now, this was mentioned to those who, like our MC, who confirmed that she didn't know. But if you just continue. All the way, if that small corner there, the tip there in the map, is a place known as Dar es Salaam, a small town there. We call it Dar es Salaam, just under Raskiamoni, which is in Kismayo. That is a small opening of about 14 kilometers, which we rightfully claim to belong to us as Garissa. An opening of 3 kilometers to the Indian Ocean. Of course, we have a bit of dispute from our colleagues, our friends in Lamu, who say no, it also belongs to them. But that's the nature of things. In this country, out of the 47 counties, we have 43 counties that have some disputes when it comes to borders, and therefore I think this is one of those ones that, of course, hopefully a day will come when we will sort it out, but definitely that is our opening to the sea, and it's something that we are keen to ensure or to see it being developed, hopefully, once we get the resources in place. This is some of the ruins in that village, Dar es Salaam. It's also called Ishakani village, but actually we call it Dar es Salaam ourselves, but the village actually in Swahili is called Ishakani. A very interesting one. I had the privilege of visiting the place myself once upon a time, and indeed it's a very rich opening to the sea, which is worth our attention. Yeah. Some of the fishing boats that you'll see there. Continue. Now coming inside, 70% of this forest, which also is partly in Tana River and partly in Lamu, 70% of the same is in our county, Garissa County. One of the, should I say, largest forest canopies in Africa, actually, is well placed in our county, and therefore what we need is to see how we can make the best out of it. Now, in this forest, our MC was mentioning earlier that there are 2 endangered species, but in this forest only, there are about 4 or 5 different endangered animal species, some of them which I think I'll mention later. Actually, and it's also one of the game reserves. Is a game reserve identified and registered by the Kenya Wildlife Society, but of course not exploited again. And one of the issues we really need to discuss and bring forward to our partners, how do we exploit the very rich tourism potential in this kind of area within our reach, within our county. Yeah. Now, from the Boni Forest, from the sea to the Boni Forest, all the way to the north of the county, and I think, again, the documentary was talking about that, we have this natural water spring, a natural water spring in Banane. Actually, we call it the Banane Eye. That is actually the eye, or the source of the spring, which really brings out a sizable amount of water, which basically is the lifeline of the people in that part of the county. And from that source, a very rich, should I say, flora, is found in the surroundings and in the vicinity. You continue. This is, for instance, look at that. The water from the source, or from the eye, or from the spring, is able to be so much to the extent that it flows to a good extent along the laga, creating very rich, flora around the area. Continue. Now, interestingly, moving forward towards Wajir, the border with Wajir, you can see we have the Wasonyiro River, which is known, of course, to many people. But that river apparently somewhere between us and Wajir ends in that swamp, in the Lorian swamp, which, as you can see, basically, and as we'll see more, is a very, very rich ground. And this is actually the ground. Open plains to which the river floods into when it rains well, such that you have this land being one of the richest lands in terms of alluvial soil, in terms of the richness of the soil that has been brought over by that river generations and many, many years. Very fertile land for that matter. Now, in terms of Garissa and the developmental infrastructure, I think we can say with comfort that our push as leaders for the region and is working, is to an extent coming. This, for instance, is the tarmac road coming from Thika, Nairobi to Garissa, and has been the lifeline of the region for a long time. Continue. That's the bridge, which also the main Garissa bridge, which also really basically has been a lifeline. This is another bridge, Burra, again, very, very important to that part of the county. Masalani Bridge, another also very important. This is in terms of airstrip, the Dab airstrip, which I think is known to many of our NGOs and our partners, is also a good one, opening up the county in terms of air travel. This is the Lamu, Ijara, Garissa, Lapsset Road, which is coming up very well. Again, crossing the Boni Forest, as you can see, and is one that we are looking forward to. Hopefully, we're looking forward to its completion, so that then we can make good use of this. Lamu has always been of great importance and value to us as a county, as a people, because of the closeness, such that we are able to transport our livestock to Lamu. And therefore, I think, without doubt, this road, once opened, finally should be in a position to help us more and more and support our livestock. Again, following the last rains, which were bad, we have managed to push the national government to work on the new Garissa-Tana River Bridge, which is actually coming up very well, and it actually is going to be, the president tomorrow will be laying the foundation stone for the same. And therefore, as you can see, our push for good working relationship with the national government is working in such that eventually we want to see more of this happening, not just for Garissa, but also for the other northern counties. A section of the Nuno-Modogashe Tarmac Road, which also has very, very happily and successfully opened up the northern part of the county. And interestingly, this is also, this is also the Isiolo-Kulamawe-Modogashe Road, which also is under construction, which basically means if this was completed and then they crisscross with the first one in Modogash, then we're talking about Modogashe town basically becoming a town of crossroads, a very, very important town. Again, here you are in terms of pushing Kenha. We hope to see the dualing of the Garissa main Kismayu Road hopefully soon and to be done properly. Some of the issues we are constantly pushing them to ensure that they achieve it properly and soon. In terms of, again, promoting air transport, we are also working for the first airstrip or terminal rather in Garissa. 60 years since independence, we didn't have a proper airstrip, and we, as the county government, have now embarked on the construction of this one here. Hopefully, before June this year, we hope to see this one ready for business. Now, that infrastructure, of course, as you can see, links up Garissa well to the other parts of Kenya. And I must say that we are lucky. We are lucky relatively compared to our colleagues, our friends in the northern other counties, Wajir and Mandera. And we also hope that the road, the Isiolo Mandera Road should also be first tracked. Now, in terms of the devolution and what we have been doing so far, these are just quick slides. I won't dwell much on them, but almost in every sector, we have pushed, we have been pushing for every department to ensure that devolution was seen to be successful. And the water department is one aspect that I think we have done very well, not only in Garissa town, under Gawasco, but also in the rural parts. As you can see, a lot of water activities. In fact, the coverage now for the rural parts of the county is quite impressive. Yeah, continue. These boreholes after boreholes, and so that we, just to ensure that, continue, just to ensure that, not only the people, but also our livestock happen to get this very, very important commodity. Continue. Not only boreholes, but also, this, for instance, is a big water treatment plant. Just go back. A big water treatment plant for Masarani town, which is one of our key or large sub-counties in the county. Continue. Water pans, hundreds of them were done by the county and by partners for that matter since devolution to ensure that the rural parts of the county also get attended to well. In almost all the sub-counties for that matter, quickly. This was Gawasco, just go back. Gawasco, again, has always been a big, has always required huge attention from us from the first days of devolution, and is one of the issues, actually, I will be discussing this afternoon with the partners. Proceed. Again, Gawasco, and ensuring that we continue extending piping to the different villages, to the many villages of Garissa town, and as was rightly said by the MD for Gawasco, Garissa town is one of the fastest growing towns in this country, without that. And I will say why that is the case, as I'll hopefully later proceed. Healthcare services is another one that I think, without doubt, we have done very, very well, all the way from my first term when we launched a very, very important strategic plan, and I think we did well relatively and compared to many other countries. Continue. Starting from the PGH to ensuring that we staff. When we came on board, we found out that literally there was no enough staff for the hospitals, and therefore we had to employ, and we still keep employing. This is a sector that normally is quite demand-driven when it comes to personnel, and therefore it is the largest consumer of actually our payroll, and is the largest consumer when it comes to basically our budget as a whole. Healthcare sector is quite a demanding sector, and therefore, again, we had to keep up, construction, ensuring that all our theaters in all the sub-counties are now working, so that there's no sub-county out of our 7 sub-counties, which I think, except maybe 1 or 2, all the theaters in those sub-counties are working. Of course, also including all the other requirements. Continue. The Garissa mortuary was the first of its type to be built actually properly and equipped properly in northern Kenya. Dispensaries after dispensaries in all parts of the county, so that literally every village gets, their share. The ambulances came up also very well. We were ensured that whether we bought them or we hired them, we have always tried to ensure that referral was always successful. Drug supplies, of course, another huge consumer when it comes to health matters. I wish that you play that, just if you can. This is a testament by the former First Lady when she came to us.
Governor Jama, today I have witnessed today the efforts and investments you have made towards improving the healthcare service and delivery for the people of Garissa County. Increased health infrastructure, dispensaries and maternity wards, establishment of new community healthcare units, recruitment of healthcare workers, purchasing of motorbikes to support community outreach services are among the many activities that you're undertaking. I'm especially impressed by the maternal shelter that ensures that mothers who come from hard-to-reach areas are able to stay, bringing their pregnancies to term and to deliver their babies safely. This all speaks volumes of your desire for a healthy society, and I am here today to join you in making that desire a reality.
Thank you. That was the First Lady of that time who, when she visited us, again, on the same line, we were one of the top counties awarded for outstanding healthcare services at that time in my first term. And I think we still continue to get accolades. Just continue. Sorry, we are now into education. We have left health sector, education. I think for us, education, which largely we're talking about ECD and technical vocational training centers, again was a huge, shall I say, paradigm shift in terms of what we did, what we performed or achieved under devolution. Yeah, this was jumped, but here you are, another important certification was achieved recently by the county government. Just go back to the first one. This was for sanitation, that Garissa, and I'm glad the CEO of the hospital is here, Garissa, Mr. Mahat is here, was, I think this certification was talking about quite very clean in terms of, as a facility. Continue. And then this is another very important certification which we just got the other day. Go back. This one, we are the first county to get, I think in the Asals, probably in the Asals, I'm told we are the first county which is now fully accredited in terms of our laboratory. Now I'm told that this certification means that anything now tested in our laboratory is acceptable internationally. I think we deserve a clap for that. Thank you very much. So that is Garissa's laboratory of the county referral hospital. And I must congratulate my team, Mahat and his team, for that great achievement. Let's continue. Now, just to complete off on the health sector, we are now, as you saw earlier in the documentary, we are now constructing this new level 5 referral hospital. We are almost moving into our third level. very soon. The beauty about this hospital is that it has a whole wing dedicated for mother and child. Very, very specialized wing, which will have a large number of beds. And this is one of a huge, actually a game changer that we look forward to completing the construction before the end of this year so that we can then equip the same. Education sector has, of course, undergone a revolution, as I mentioned earlier. The ECD, you can see before devolution how our kids used to study and share trees and makeshift kind of facilities. But almost every other village or school, we now have a dedicated ECD center. Just go back. These are, of course, the names, of course, are mentioned before devolution. Jambele Primary School, before and after. Continue. Again, Sagar Primary School, before and after. And therefore, that was the case. So when we came on board, we found a terrible situation, and all we had to do was to quickly move fast and ensure we get things right. From my first term, we developed serious scholarship programs for our students, and I think we should be among the counties that really has invested up to now, doing a lot of investment when it comes to bursary for our students. Continue. In fact, courtesy of the scholarships that we have been giving, we now are in a situation whereby we actually have surplus doctors and nurses now. When I came on board in 2013, we were actually looking for people, particularly local personnel, who to employ in the hospitals. We were not able to get them, but now there are so many, and again, this largely has been, courtesy of the scholarships that we have been giving, particularly for the healthcare sector personnel. Continue. This is some new classrooms for our Garissa Vocational Training Center, because again, we're very, very keen on ensuring we train our youth into the necessary skills, to the different skills. Continue. Continue. Different skills all the way from carpentry and mechanicals. Just continue. This is in terms of education also. I have personally taken a lot of interest, rightfully, in educating our girl child, and therefore we have been supporting a lot schools, even those that were not directly under our mandate. Girls' schools particularly were supported by the county in different ways, whether in transport, new classrooms, dormitories, and so forth and so on. Continue. Continue. Trade and business, you saw, of course, in the documentary that Garissa by night is quite booming indeed. And I'll just continue. If I was just to, just some of the new entrants or recent entrants, whether it's Naivas, continue, or, Toyota, which also opened, and of the banks. I remember very well, we used to have once upon a time only one bank in Garissa, Barclays Bank, which now is APSA. But now I think we have about 10 or so different banks operating in the town. Almost all the big ones. Hotels, from small ones to big ones, we have, I think, enough, shall I say, bed capacity now at different levels, so that no visitor should feel, petrol stations. Interestingly, from almost one back before devolution, we're now talking about 15 different petrol, stations in the town. Continue. Agriculture, livestock, and crop production for that matter, again, I think the documentary has clarified a lot, but the potential, particularly in livestock for us, not only in terms of trading the live animals, but also hopefully soon adding value, whether it is hides and skins processing, and therefore we are very, very active in ensuring that we keep our livestock healthy as much as possible through continuous vaccination campaigns that are sent out to all the parts of the county. Continue. Support with our farmers in different ways. Beehives for honey, because honey also is a big story in our county. Continue. Support with the supply or distribution of engines. Continue. Quite impressive, the kind of fruits, as was mentioned earlier. Continue. Now, in the northern part, and you saw earlier in the documentary, a farm where the farmers or the group were actually enjoying the fruits there, the watermelon. It is a farm not far from where the Lorian swamp is, which I mentioned earlier. A very rich area when it comes to farming. And this actually, I brought this map, a 1947 map by the British government at that time, who discovered that this is actually where farming can be done in a big way for the northern part of Kenya. And as you can see, that is in Garissa. And therefore, our hope, one of our discussion points with our partners and our supporters will be how do we, of course, we do appreciate the River Tana in Garissa is a good, is coming up well, although still the potential is quite huge compared to the current utilization of food and ensure food security for the people in the northern part of the county. Given the richness of that land, easily extract water through boreholes to do enough dry land irrigation for those farms. Those are some of the issues I wish to raise with our partners so that eventually we are able to tackle that story better. I've mentioned value addition a few times. We are now coming up with the KAIP project. KAIP means Counties Aggregation and Industrial Park. This is the first of its type industrial project, which we are also doing in Garissa. Is a partnership between the county government and national government on 50-50 basis. And we, Garissa, were among the first counties to undertake the KAIP project. I do not have an image of the same, but it's coming up very well. You saw it in the documentary. We plan to have 8 different factories in there. We are hoping that the project should be complete well before the end of this year, so that as early as next year, we then get investors to work with us in value addition in 8 thematic or different areas, largely in agricultural products or produce. We're talking about hides and skins. We're talking about converting camel milk into powder. We are talking about meat processing. We are talking about processing the rice that you saw earlier. We are now good producers of rice, as you have seen. We need to process that rice and add value to the same. And therefore, the industrial park will be a very, very important aspect of our story as a county. The other issue I just want to pass quickly is that we have lately been very active in creating municipalities for all the good reasons. Municipalities are created for posterity, not necessarily for immediate money raising, but working with partners, looking for activities that they can be funded, and therefore we have deliberately taken decisions to launch municipalities. The Dab municipality, for instance, is a a special dedicated municipality given shall I say, the integration aspects with the refugees, yeah, Masalani, Modogash, Bura, and so forth and so on. So we have so far launched about 4 municipalities, and the 5th one is on the way, hopefully soon. Continue. Social and youth services also received our attention in many or in different ways since we came into office, since devolution started. Just go back. This facility, the first of its kind, should I actually say, probably in Kenya, the Garissa Child Protection Center. This facility was a special request made to my office sometimes back in 2013 when the senior police officers said the children, juvenile, whenever they are caught in this town, are normally thrown into the main cell with the mature criminals. So you'll find the small children in the same cells, sharing same cells with the mature criminals, and therefore they asked for this support. I don't know what happened that they could not get funding elsewhere. So I had to do it, and I created for them this specialized facility now, which actually now accommodates a large number of young juveniles who are basically under correction. It even has play areas, classrooms, so that they get their freedom away from sharing rooms and cell rooms with other criminals. So one of the first, I say, activities we undertook. Go ahead. Of course, full attention is granted, or has continuously been granted to persons with disabilities, so that they feel part and parcel of the government. Continue. And even in terms of giving them employment, like this man who actually came to me, and he expressed and actually proved that he's well educated and he wanted a job, and we gave him a job immediately. He's now actually, I think, this, for instance, was this was actually what used to be the main cell room for women inmates in Garissa prison. And it took me by surprise. I said, this is not really what should be happening in this era. And I built this one for them, a modern facility in the cell. Again, women's support is a continuous aspect of our activities in different ways, into businesses, into smaller scale activities. Yeah, continue. Youth, from my first months or weeks in office, 2013, I opened a dedicated office for the youth of the county. And, the intention was for them, to coordinate properly with the county government in terms of their day-to-day requirements. Continue. And that's why, of course, we also trained sometimes back a lot of youth into how to use this block making, machines, whereby they were able to make their own blocks. Continue. They were able to make their own blocks and then actually sell them to the county government for execution of county government projects. And that, of course, worked up to it. Of course, Matters of Sports is an ongoing day-to-day activity, and we support the youth well. Continue. We also did a number of small sports ground in different parts of the county, and now we have actually started the construction of our first stadium in Garissa, courtesy of the county government, and we hope also this one to be over sometimes next year, hopefully. Urban services, again, another area which has continued to receive our attention, starting with the first ever proper, fire station in Garissa with the necessary equipment in there. Continue. Continue. which actually we had the privilege of the then president at that time coming to launch for us that facility. Yeah. Yeah, continue. Urban services, again, this is our enforcement officers parading at a function. Continue. Street lighting is a common thing. Yeah, continue. Street lighting, ensuring that we lit the town. Yeah. Town cleaning, all these are issues that I think we all know. Ensuring that we keep our graves and other requirements in check. Special programs. This is one of the first of this type kind of program I introduced actually, whereby we call them green jobs. This was in 2013 when I was there, and we intended to create 1,000 new green jobs every year for our women and youth. We call it Ugatuzi Nakazi or Madenge, as they call them. Continue. Just go back. Our women lot and our youth who are employed under this program undertake those kind of activities: planting of trees in the towns, watering and maintaining of trees, cleaning of our towns, and conserving our environment, including fighting or eradicating or attempting to eradicate the invasive, should I say, Mathenge tree, or as it's called, prosopis. Continue. This is one of the boys. Continue. And that's how they work. They cut the Mathenge and ensure that they continuously manage the same through burning, whatever. Continue. Food distribution. Of course, we continuously deal with different kind of disasters, whether it is droughts or floods, and therefore we find ourselves always, being required to distribute food, particularly to the far-fetched corners of the county. Continue. Continue. Now, of course, that speaks for itself. Development demands good relations, and I think we have tried to keep our relations well, including this meeting of today, or this conference of today, is a testament to the fact that we need to keep our friends. We like keeping our friends. The Turkish government, for instance, some time back, did contribute to the county extensively in different ways, including, for instance, these very, very beautiful, garbage collection vehicles that they donated to the county. Another important aspect which we are now undertaking is to plan our towns. We did not have the privilege of our towns being planned properly, and therefore it's one of the goals I've set for myself to plan the main towns of the county, hopefully before I leave office, inshallah. Markets are continuously being revamped or are being constructed. Continue. Yeah. This, for instance, I don't know how I'll get money for this, but this is the big Garissa Central Market. This is a huge strategic land sitting in the center of Garissa County, 4.5, should I say, acres of land. And I have, I've been dreaming of doing this one here, G+3 building, which literally covers everything that a market will require, including a dispensary in there, a police station, and many other amenities, and about 3,000 or so stalls for our mothers and the traders. But again, it's something that I think we're looking forward to see how we can work on this, maybe with the help of partners and friends. Garissa Library, continue, a very active area. Tourism potential, I think I won't dwell much on that, but just to say that probably we are among the few counties where you can say this is a map of game parks and game reserves not by the county government, but by the Kenya Wildlife Society, that Garissa actually has 3 areas where wildlife is concentrated. Look at that. We have the, as we saw earlier, we have the Boni National Park there. We have the Arawale, or the Shakbini, as you call it. And then, of course, up there in the north circle is the Rahole. We are neighboring with Meru National Park. So, I mean, this is huge, wildlife populations of different kind are found in there. Yet, none of them is exploited properly because of the fact that we are not, it's not an easy task. So we really need also our friends to see how we can work together and conserve and work on this. As was mentioned rightfully, Hirola is that very, very beautiful antelope, which also is an animal of heritage for us as a county. As was mentioned, we actually call ourselves Garissa County home of the Hirola because, as was rightly mentioned, we hold the largest number of these very, very endangered species of antelope. Most of it is found in Garissa and in the southern part, and luckily through courtesy of Northern Rangeland Trust, another very important partner, we are now able to conserve them into a conservancy which is almost protecting. Just go back. Go back. It's protecting about 500 or so of this. And continue. A third one, the interesting bit on this one is that unlike the other primates, it only has 4 fingers as opposed to 5. Again, a very interesting, they say friendly, I don't know, but there you are. And also another very, very endangered species, also only found in the Boni forest, again, is this shrew, or they call it elephant shrew. I don't know what that means, but that is, well, it may resemble like the dick or something, but it's not. It's a completely different animal with a long nose, as you can see. Again, only found in the, so about 4 or 5 different species of wildlife in that forest, together with the Ishakbini sanctuary in our county, are all endangered and need, of course, these ones, the ostriches also found in the northern part, particularly around the Lorian swamp area that I was mentioning earlier. That's where there are plenty. Proceed. The buffaloes in large numbers are found around the areas of Ishakbini and the Boni forest, again, requiring also attention. Continue. Mining potential, again, something was mentioned in the documentary, but very quickly, we are endowed as this gypsum, which actually is being mined, as you can see in this picture, is confirmed to be the best type of gypsum anywhere in the world. It requires very little, should I say, what do they call it? Cleaning or before production. Very, very white, and therefore it's quite easily manageable in the factory. This is not actually mined not far from Garissa town itself. Continue. Marble rocks or outcrops are plenty in our county. And in fact, this is one thing that, and very, very nice marbles, again, which require little, probably, some attention for us to look into also the possibility of mining the same. This was mentioned in the documentary, chalkstone deposits at Benani, not far from where the eye or the spring is. You find huge deposits of these chalkstones. These probably are among the 3 key mining deposits that we could easily develop as a county, hopefully if and when we may get investors who can come on board. Yeah. Nothing much to dwell on this, but Garissa County is home to more than 20 different, well, some people call them the Boni community because they live deep in the forests of the Boni, but they don't like being called Boni. They like to be called the Awir community. The Awir community are themselves very, very indigenous community and actually endangered, I can even say that, because there are very few They are basically hunters and gatherers, and they're only found in that part of our country. I will equate them to the Ogiek somewhere in Rift Valley. And therefore, this to us is one of the very, very important communities when it comes to cultural matters. We work with them. We are actually right now working on documenting their unique culture. My intention, hopefully, before I leave office, I will want to document the culture of these people and even take it to UNESCO for indigenous recording, because it's very unique cultures unknown in other parts of this country. The aware community. Continue. So that is my story, ladies and gentlemen. The caravan, which is concluding, or I think a slide before my conclusion, is very, very important to us. This was a photo taken some time back during some droughts. As you can see, for us, this is a very, very important issue, the caravan, and we are saying that the caravan of development shall and should continue, hopefully with the support of our partners and friends. Finally, my parting shots for this conference today is that if I was to make one or two asks from this gathering for them to ponder on, I know, of course, nothing comes easy, nothing can just come so quickly, but you, as our friends, you have always been our friends, and will keep and maintain the friendship. One of the issues that I think I may need some kind of support or discussion on is how do I equip that huge, large facility which is coming up, the level 5 hospital, again with a huge mother and child wing, because that is a very, very important when it comes now to dealing with healthcare matters in Garissa, particularly child mother mortality rates. We need support in that regard. The other ask, or the other maybe aspect worth considering in our discussions today, is a new water system from courtesy or because of the large number of pastoralist dropouts who are coming to settle after they have lost their livestock. And they just come, settle around the surroundings of the town and, call for water, because that's the first thing they have to ask for. So we seem to be having a huge problem when it comes to really adding the networks, when it comes to pushing. It's just a continuous struggle and a continuous business of trying to raise money. Now, I do not have, of course, any numbers to attach to both this, whether it is the hospital equipping or whether it is the new Garissa water system that I plan to undertake. But of course, those are things that we can easily work together and get the right numbers for them, how much it will cost us to extend water through a new water pumping system and through new water treatment system for Garissa. Of course, this was mentioned again by my friend Dr. Stephen, matters of dealing with recurrent droughts and also matters dealing with, just continue, again also recurrent floods. Now, obviously, I tend to believe that while recurrent droughts is a matter that we will have to keep struggling with, because it's a natural calamity, and we just have to go on mitigating until we are able to get some resilient kind of actions. But the recurrent floods is something that I think we need to have a serious and sincere discussion and debate about it, because for us downstream, the counties of Garissa and Tana River in particular, our concern is that, or our thinking is that the question of releasing the seven folk dams to us whenever the rains are good is a matter that is not acceptable. I think it's high time that, together national government, together with the donors, partners. It's high time we get a solution. And for us, we have ideas as to how to go about that, rather than releasing the water to the river and destroying all our farms, year in, year out. We are saying we must get some other ways of handling that particular aspect or that particular disaster. Those are my slides. Of course, we call ourselves Garissa County, home of the Hirola, and once again, to all of you, thank you very much for your time and patience. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
A lot to digest, and that means also a lot of opportunities to ponder on where we can collaborate, where we can leverage and advance our conversations to walking the talk. So I know we have spent a bit of time on that, and rightfully so, because we need to know which areas we're looking to plug into. Allow me now to introduce you to our next session on reflections on the governor's presentation, and I would like to call our guests from the embassies, starting with Our Excellency Lee Stubblefield, who's the Deputy British High Commissioner for your insights. I'll ask if we could keep it 1 minute or short, yeah, so that we can get to as many as possible. A round of applause as she comes on stage.
In a minute, then, I won't say all the protocols observed. So just thank you very much for the invitation to join you today. It's an absolute genuine pleasure to be here. And my boss, the High Commissioner, enjoyed a visit to Garissa very recently and left a really lasting impression. So I'd like to thank the Governor and his team for their hospitality and for the warm welcome from the community. And thank you for bringing Garissa to us. I know you wanted to have this meeting in Garissa, and we decided in the end to have it here in Nairobi, but I think everything we've just seen there, from the documentary through the Governor's slides, really do show us that a challenge to perhaps the usual perceptions of Garissa, as our MC has said. So just in my very short period of time, I just wanted to say that the Governor gave us a bit of a history lesson and the engagement by the British, and we remain committed to supporting the development of Garissa County and the North East. Though our partnership has evolved, I'm not surprised perhaps you thought I was a man when you look at the list of county commissioners. I'm surprised anybody thought there were any women in the UK at all. But we've changed, and we've got a lot to meet some of them when I've travelled to Garissa. And I really look forward to us continuing to work in partnership with you and our friends, the UN, the World Bank, the United States, despite what's in the news, I hope, the EU, and all our other key bilaterals. I was with colleagues here yesterday in Turkana, and I think, there's a lot of efforts being made by development partners to maximize the use of our grant financing. And we can provide grant financing, but that is not what you need. That's not going to deliver the vision that you've outlined, Your Excellency. And so I think the key for us is how we use that grant financing to lever in genuine investment by the private sector, and how the UK, perhaps one of our offers is in relation to being just about still the largest foreign direct investor in Kenya, is how do we tell the story about what's possible in Garissa as opposed to perhaps some of the more easily accessible places. And there are significant sums of money going into the Northeast, but how much of that is actually genuinely reaching you at the county level? So at the headlines, we hear all these big priorities that you would like investment in. And rather than perhaps talking about inputs and money in, it would be really helpful for us to help you tell us what the results and the impact of those investments are. And we can show investors what's really possible and how we can use the development portfolio that we have in security and resilience. And Ben and Haji, my colleagues, are here and they'll stay for the rest of the day and talk a bit more about the money that's going in on humanitarian or health or economic inclusion or climate, some of the issues you just raised, and how we can work together to make sure that that builds a stable area and attracts and supports investors when they come to Garissa, and how we can do more on that. I would just say, because I've seen William here and colleagues from UNHCR, that there is distinct work around the Dadaab refugee complex. I was there a couple of months ago. Thank you very much to the UN for hosting. And I was really encouraged by the potential, more so perhaps than I was, I shouldn't say this out loud, and hopefully no one's recording this, but while I was in Turkana yesterday, simply because of the entrepreneurial spirit and the kind of visionary leadership being provided by development partners and by the governor and by the team. And I'm really confident that together we can find a way forward. And like Stephen said, just sort of support to the Sharika plan and the integration. It is a distinct challenge that faces Garissa, and as development partners, we should support you in that. But just thank you, as others have said, for your leadership and for the work by you and your team in supporting our team, particularly the Borderlands programme, but others, because it is really making a difference, and I hope we can do more to tell that story. I'm going to have to leave soon, but I wish you every success with the event today, and really look forward to staying connected with you and your team as partners. And hopefully next time we'll do this in your home and your hometown, and we will we'll take that forward together. But thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to quickly call on stage Mr. Alexander Baron, who's the head section and also representative of the European Union delegation to Kenya. Karibu sana.
Thank you, and good morning. I'll be very brief, trying to stay within the 1 minute, since I'll have the opportunity to share a few more insights in the upcoming panel discussion. First, to congratulate Your Excellency Governor and the officials from the Garissa County for organizing this conference today, for the very interesting documentary and for the inspiring presentation that you have made. I would like to challenge you a bit, because you mentioned starting that Garissa was a very little known county. In fact, I would argue that for the European Union, Garissa is a very well-known county. And speaking to that, I think is the range of partnerships and cooperation and support that we have with you in Garissa County, and that is supported by the European Union. We're very active, from land governance to borderlands projects, to support to host and refugee communities, to support to livelihoods, education and TVET, to support to the private sector development, access to seed funding for businesses, improving the business environment, support to devolution, combating FGM. I mean, these are just a few examples of the current programs that we have as European Union with a wide range of partners in Garissa County. But what I welcome very much this morning is your presentation and how you're trying to broaden the scope of the conversation and broaden the scope of the partnership towards a more strategic, sustainable development-oriented vision. And I think on the European Union side, we have some insights on that, and we hope that we can continue the partnership with Garissa County. I'll leave it at that for now, and looking forward to more discussions this morning. Thank you.
He deserves a round of applause for keeping his word. All right, let me now call from our partners from the embassies, a representative of the Swiss Embassy, Mr. Julien Pessard, who's Deputy Regional Head of Cooperation, the Horn of Africa. Karibu sana.
Assalamu alaikum. In the interest of time, allow me to skip the protocols. Unlike my colleague from the EU, I have a 15-minute speech, so it will take some time. No, I would like to thank His Excellency the Governor for hosting this very important event today. It's really a privilege to be here. Your presentation was very much inspiring, and we very much look forward to today's discussion. Switzerland looks back to over a decade of sustainable engagement in the FCDC counties, especially Garissa. Our engagement in Garissa and in the FCDC counties overall ranges from livestock to health to water to refugee protection. Our work is mostly done through important partnerships that we have directly with the county, but also with UN and NGO partners. A special thanks goes to FCDC, to the University of Garissa, to UNRCO, INCO-MOCO, and Mercy Corps, all of which are extremely important partners that really help us to reach those most left behind and try to make them benefit from sustainable development. In those times of dwindling funding for development and humanitarian assistance, I'm particularly happy to be able to stand here in front of you today and to confirm that Garissa will continue to remain a top priority for Switzerland. We look forward to maintain our close collaboration and engagement in Garissa, and we look forward and appreciate our good collaboration and cooperation. I look forward to today's discussion. I hope it will be fruitful. I hope it will galvanize the support that we need, and I thank you all very much. Asante sana.
The confirmation on the willingness for the Swiss government to keep assisting Garissa, because probably for those who are Kenyans, pardon me, ni kusema na kutenda. Translate to your neighbor. As we move on, I would like to call on our final stakeholder from the embassies, representing the Danish embassy. We have Ms. Kana Petrus, who's a team leader, Regional Refugees and Humanitarian Affairs. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I think perhaps Denmark is one of the partners that know Garissa a little bit less than others in this room, so thank you very much for the opportunity to make a few remarks regardless. I promise I will be brief. Denmark has long been a development partner to Kenya, working across a number of areas, including health, job creation, green transition, governance and democracy, women's rights. And in recent years, we've added a new engagement to the portfolio, which is supporting Kenya in advancing sustainable and long-term solutions for refugees and host communities in the country, in line with the ambitions of the Shrika plan that were mentioned early on by the resident coordinator. In this regard, we focus primarily on areas of health, water, education, and self-reliance opportunities. And I think His Excellency, the Governor's presentation demonstrated that these areas are also priorities for Garissa County. So our ambition is to support a transition away from parallel humanitarian service delivery and to integrated service delivery, both to refugees and host communities, carried out by the government at national, but in particularly at county level. Obviously, this presents a myriad of issues in a context where the needs are vast and growing, but support to and capacity building with the relevant government departments, in particular at local level, is crucial. Now, our activities are currently being rolled out in Kakuma. However, we do recognize that due to a variety of factors, donor investments in Turkana significantly outweigh those in Garissa, and that's in spite of the fact that Kakuma currently hosts about 36% of the refugee population in Kenya, while Garissa hosts about 50% of the population, which I think is also a clear sign of the generosity of the people of Garissa. So we are therefore looking into the possibility of expanding our activities into Dadaab in the future. And if this should materialize, I think it's needless to say it should and would happen in close collaboration with the Garissa County government and take into account the local plans, including the CIDP and the GISIDEP. On a final note, I just wanted to mention that the Danish government recently developed a new strategy for strengthening our engagement with African countries. And a red thread in that strategy is the pursuit of equal partnerships. So among other things, this means responding to the needs and priorities of our partner countries when we develop our programs and our projects. And therefore, we're very grateful to be part of this conference, where we're able to hear directly from the county and His Excellency the Governor on not only the needs in Garissa, but more importantly, the opportunities and the priorities. So we look forward to continuing the conversation throughout the day. I will stop there. Thank you very, very much.
I would like to move on now to our UN representatives and friends, starting with Ms. Sharon Dimanche, who's the Chief of Mission, International Organization for Migration, Kenya. Karibu.
Hamjambo. Hamjambo. Assalamu alaikum. Excellency, the Governor, Garissa County, and all my dear friends from the UN family, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really very pleased to be here this morning and again to say a big congratulations to the Governor for the excellent work that you're doing. I think the way you have brought out Garissa is completely different. We've been thinking about the county being marginalized among the ASALs, but I think we have a ray of hope. And indeed, us coming here today to sit and think how we can tap on those opportunities is one way of transforming Garissa. So big thanks for that, for this conference. From IOM side, I think we really want to say again thank you, because we are one of the agencies, of course, with our UN family colleagues that last year, looking at the challenge that you're facing, the climate change, impact of climate change, the displacement, the drought, floods, environmental degradation, including your generosity hosting the refugees and IDPs, we have come out and see how can we partner together. And the first initiative was to see how, because we need data to actually inform our responses. And I remember last year when we carried out our displacement tracking matrix, we noted that over 240,000 new arrivals were coming into Garissa County. And all those, 53% talked about coming because of displacement due to drought. You talked about pastoralist dropout. And 560,000 pastoralists actually dropped out last year, and 86% of those were forced, due to drought. So really, there's a lot of work that we can do. And based on those findings, we went ahead to put together some programs that were intended to build and support Garissa people to be more resilient to climate change impact. And I would say it is one of those few programs that focused on Garissa people, because I know you are very generous, you are hosting refugees, and sometimes our interventions are somehow looking at refugees. But this was one of those special programs that is intended to directly support the Garissa communities. And I'm very happy to mention that we put together some of those livelihood opportunities intervention, improved water access. I was amazed to see the watermelons, all those vegetables and the fruits, and then communities were able to connect that, sell, and we link them up with the financial institutions to be able to invest and get more income from that. Now, of course, there are challenges that remain, and what you have highlighted. From our side, of course, with the leadership of our RC, we stand ready and see how to support. IOM, we have 3 strategic priorities, and one is on saving lives and protecting people on the move. 2 is a driving solution to displacement. That's an area where I think we can work together. I was speaking to my RC this morning, trying to see how we can move this agenda forward. And IOM this year is the champion on solutions to IDPs, because we see many people are being displaced. So we'll work together with you, with the RC and the other UN agencies, and including our development partners, and see how best can we continue to support the county of Garissa among many other ASAL counties that are really getting affected by the impact of climate change. I want to say a big thank you again for allowing me to speak. I had a lot to speak, but because we have a very short time, I'll stop here. Asanteni sana.
On time, we move on to our UN representative, Dr. Martin Levinas, who's a team lead, World Health Organization. Karibu sana.
Your Excellencies present, the Governor, the RC, and the ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It's my pleasure to be here today. Garissa is a place that is very dear to my heart. When I came to Kenya newly, Garissa was the first county I visited after 2 weeks of being here. Then there was the cholera outbreak, and we were able to respond effectively. We went as far as Dadaab to the refugee camp there. It was very interesting to be there. WHO is very, of course, working with the UN family together. We've concentrated very much in Garissa during the outbreaks, especially during the flooding, the cholera outbreaks there. And Garissa is one of the counties where we did a comprehensive water assessment. It was even published on the journal to see what we did there. It was a very great place. So it's good to see what we have done together in Garissa, especially also when it comes to the malnutrition. We were able to set up a place where mothers could, effectively feed their children. The nutrition hospital that was in Garissa there was a good thing to do. Currently, we are also working on the migration health that is ongoing currently at the county, and of course the ongoing campaigns in terms of the polio, measles, and the cholera vaccine. Garissa was one of the counties we also did that campaign. We also have a huge activity going on, the sexual reproductive health going on in Garissa as well. So it's a county that we are proud to have boots on the ground in Garissa to continue to foster the health of the people of Garissa. Again, it's a pleasure to be here, and we thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
I would like to call on Ms. Shaheen Nilofa, who's a country representative, UNICEF Kenya. A round of applause as she comes on stage, and thank you for keeping the time.
Excellency Governor, Resident Coordinator Dr. Stephen Jackson, colleagues, dignitaries, my colleagues from UN family, Assalamu alaikum and hamjambo. I am not very sure 1 minute to talk about 33 years of our partnership with Garissa County, but I hope you would, help me in my indulgence. I just wanted to congratulate the leadership of His Excellency and also his team, the Speaker from the County Assembly, the Deputy Governor, and your wonderful team, and the stories that we've seen from the very impressive trajectory of Garissa's progress. We are meeting here to talk about, high-level development forum, how could we join hands and seek collaborations and partnerships. I think this is one of those models which talks about stories of success and how change happens. It's not just about talking about what we aren't necessarily moving. We have a problem, there are challenges, but then also how do we optimize on the resource constraint environment? More than ever before, I think in a current scheme of things where the funding and financing landscape are looking very bleak, it becomes all the very important to look inwards. And this story of what you have shown us is about immense potential that the county possesses. And it is about redistribution of resources, cultural, social, financial, mineral, and many more such resources that needs rejigging, looking within, how do we redistribute our resources, look for domestic resources mobilization. I know the challenges of resource distribution between, I mean, you know more than I, between the national and the county government will continue to be the case. But given your 11.4 million, if I'm right, the county budget for this year, which accounts for about close to 42 billion Kenyan shilling for development program, with a gap for meeting your requirement as outlined in CIDPs and ADPs is quite enormous given the liabilities and the burden that we have. I'm very, very proud that Garissa County hosted the 2023 development donor partnership, donor roundtable with 6 counties and county governors which came together. The one, thing that dominated, and RC was present, was about water, water, water. If you all remember. And that priority continues to reflect on what you showed us today, Your Excellency. Somebody spoke about Africa engagement strategy, our colleague from the Denmark. Within the large African strategy UNICEF has, and as this cooperation framework of UN Sustainable Development and UNICEF own engagement in the respective successive more than 5 country plan since 1992, we have a SAL engagement strategy very close to and central to everything that we do. And within that SAL engagement strategy, we know the large majority of the liabilities of not only responding to the concern in the host communities in the counties, but also the refugee population that you are dealing with, and that number is only increasing, that everybody agreed about it. It is very important that this county of a great potential and resilience, and you so vividly and nicely put up as 4-eyed antelope, and that is so very important that we need to have all the eyes open to see what possible, how do we harness this. I'm not going to rerun what the KD multidimensional poverty, whether it is to do with vaccine, also about access to sanitation, and it is very important to bring those potential governors, whether it is the parliament, whether it is the treasury, in terms of how do the corresponding allocations of resources match with the reality on ground. And that is where I think the development partners also have a role to play, including UN. In the last year alone, in the last 3 years alone, UNICEF invested close to about 16.1 million in Garissa County office. We do have Mohammed Abdullahi, who is a CFO from the Garissa Zonal Office, who works very closely with all of you. And I know there's a lot more that we need to do, and as the Deputy High Commissioner pointed out, it's very important to see that how all of these investments do translate into results for children, for people. We know that there is disproportionate resources allocations across the 2 regions within the ASAL, and how do we make that balance right, and more importantly, how does all of these investments convert into results for children, and all of that we mention about it, including Resident Coordinator mentioned about the joint program on water. We are very, very proud to mention about, as part of our resilience programming, very recently, which Excellency Governor was also witness to it, we've expanded access to clean drinking water through drilling 480 millimeter deep aquifer borehole in Mogadishu, and rehabilitating and upgrading more than 30 boreholes, over 100, benefiting 150,000 people. Similarly, the niche program, which is called Nutrition Improvement Through Cash and Health Education, reaches out to about 22,000 children in the last year alone, and there are multiple such programs ranging from health, nutrition, abortion, sanitation, and social protection. One of the most important conversations that follow through the Garissa Roundtable, and I think it also resonates with the discussions that we are having today, is the work that we are doing with the Garissa University is about supporting on the donor and partnership coordination policy. Excellency Governor, we did talk about how do we harness the work and the investment and the good intent and goodwill of most of the development partners who are crowding at one place, and how do we ensure that the redistribution of resources within the county that speaks to the burden that the county is holding. I think there is this opportunity there. More importantly also, I feel is going forward that we need to look at is within that CIDP's and annual development plan, how do we ensure that those indicators to help the county and for county to help the national government to reach the finishing line of 2030, which means that how do we meet all the pending and the emerging challenges that we have with respect to public health epidemics, as the WHO colleague mentioned, and also ensuring those 4 priorities that you listed out, Excellency Governor, resonates with the cooperation framework's commitment, but also as UNICEF we stand committed to see that the 30 years of our investment that has gone into the county shouldn't slip back with this interim, shockers that we're all witnessing. But I'm sure the heavy lifting of the large majority of the support that we otherwise receive from the development partners, the donors and the bilaterals, we continue to remain committed. But more importantly, public finance management of redistribution of allocation of resources that needed to speak to the reality on the ground. In conclusion, I appreciate and I commend and congratulate for bringing Garissa to Nairobi and to garnering those discussions in coordination with the Resident Coordinator's Office. You have our support, you have our commitment, and we'll continue to stand by you and stand with you in ensuring the commitments of the Garissa County, especially speaking for UNICEF, that SDG for children is accomplished and we don't give up, and for all children everywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaheen, for your passionate deliberations and reflections. I would now like to call the Country Director, World Food Program Kenya, Ms. Lauren Landis. Karibu.
Your Excellency, all our resident coordinator and all our colleagues from embassies and partners this morning. I'm so glad to be here today and to really recognize the long-standing partnership that the World Food Program has with the Garissa County. And I think it's fair to say our collaborative efforts have been instrumental in advancing sustainable development and resilience throughout the county. Now, given the time, I'd just like to highlight a couple of points this morning, and I will do it rather succinctly. Like my UNICEF colleague, it's difficult because we've had boots on the ground in Garissa County since 2018. We have a long-standing and very productive MOU with the achieving a number of common objectives with the county. Things like school feeding programs, building resilience with the county of Garissa's own irrigation efforts that we saw so well this morning. We've also focused on youth. We really think that we can empower youth through agribusiness, especially young women, and we've been providing fulfilling, transformative jobs to over 2,138, to be very specific, women in the agribusiness industries. providing opportunities for economic growth, and hopefully providing the next generation of agricultural leaders in Garissa. Yes, refugees and the host communities. And we are there when there's an emergency. As has been pointed out this morning, Garissa has experienced both drought and floods, even in the same year. And we're worked very hard to provide cash assistance to over 12,000 individuals during floods and extending drought response to more than 146,000 people since 2023. We also continue to supply essential nutrition commodities to local health facilities supporting children under 5, as well as pregnant and breastfeeding women. The very last point I want to make is that we also support Garissa in policy development. I had the opportunity to speak to the speaker this morning, and we have worked very hard to develop County Climate Change Act and the ECD policy to promote Garissa's efforts in these legislative frameworks. So just to keep it short, as we continue with this dialogue this morning and expand our reach, ensuring that Garissa County remains a model of resilience and hopefully achieves the governor's clear objectives for the future. Thank you very much.
For your deliberations, Ms. Lauren. Last but not least is Dr. William Ejalu, who's representing the country representative.
Your Excellency the Governor, the Resident Coordinator, Garissa Friends, UN partners. I'm known for speaking for a long time, but I'll be very short. But I think congratulations to the team for reaching here. This has been a discussion for long. Now, it's about walking the talk. A key dimension of Garissa's development landscape is its role as the host of one of Africa's largest refugee populations, particularly in Dadaab and Bura as municipalities. Refugees are not just passive recipients of humanitarian aid, they are integral to the county's economy, workforce, and social fabric. Their contributions to trade, labor markets, and entrepreneurship, if systematically supported, can drive sustainable economic growth. However, the challenge remains. How do we move from viewing refugees is one of those transformative opportunities we could have that could take us forward in bringing economic development to Garissa and the neighboring counties. The refugee management complex has played and continues to play a central role in Garissa's economy. The existence of large-scale humanitarian programs has created employment opportunities, expanded service provision, and stimulated local businesses. Yet, without deliberate policy alignment, many of these opportunities remain untapped. The integration of refugees into the county development plan and planning forums through frameworks such as the GISIDEP provides a pathway for their meaningful contribution to the county's socio-economic fabric. The municipalization of Dadaab, and I would say Bura as well, since Hagadera is in Bura, provides a unique opportunity to formalize service delivery, infrastructure investments, and governance structures benefiting both the host and refugee communities. Establishing municipal governance will enhance local social provision, attract external investment, and create a structured environment for business development and trade. Today is and creates an opportunity to explore how development partners can, in 2027, strengthen multi-stakeholder coordination and harness innovative financing models to unlock long-term economic growth, counties' development, while fostering resilience that create meaningful impact on the ground and ensure that Garissa County maximizes its development potential through an inclusive approach that leaves no one behind. Joining the words of our UN partners, UNHCR remains committed, as it has been for the past 30 so years, in working with the County of Garissa and taking Garissa to another level in terms of development and creating opportunities. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again.
I think we should now give a proper round of applause to all our representatives and friends from the UN. Thank you very much for your participation and your commitment. We now move swiftly to our other friends and collaborators, the county directors, and to start us off is the country director, Mercy Corps Kenya, Mr. William Baron. Karibu. As he comes on stage.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Garissa, and everyone here today, good morning. So as Mercy Corps, we've been working in partnership with the Garissa government since 2017. We're currently implementing programs with funding from SDC, AFD, Gates Foundation, Google and Cisco. And while we recognize and we've heard about the many challenges, to focus on the opportunities. And we see many opportunities in Garissa, including the large numbers of youth who are transitioning out of pastoralism, and they presented the Livestock that Garissa has, which is still untapped, and it's still the backbone of the Garissa County economy. And so Mercy Corps does a lot of work focusing on livestock systems, transforming how pastoralists and agro-pastoralists can interact with markets to increase their sales, increase their resilience, and also working on the governance side in terms of the rangelands and how they can be managed more effectively to really create that long-term vision for sustainability around livestock systems. One thing we've really appreciated through our partnership with the Garissa government is how they've been proactive and forward-thinking in terms of thinking about planning and decision-making around climate. So in partnership with Garissa University and the Garissa government, and this was really championed by the governor and by the deputy governor, Mercy Corps partnered and supported the first. And it's been impressive to see they've leapt on this opportunity. They've introduced now a whole range of GIS technical courses within the university, all the way up to master's level. And the vision really is that government and community governance institutions can use that for informed decision-making in terms of real-time information, analytics, and also forward-thinking in terms of scenario planning around what climate will bring. And this conference, as development partners, we want to have a shared vision to get behind and to be able to collaborate around. And so this is a great starting point, and we look forward to that partnership for the next years. Thanks very much.
I would now like to call upon the country director, Islamic Relief Kenya, Mr. Hassan Abdi Abdile, for his reflections. A round of applause as he comes on stage.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to greet everyone, and Your Excellency, thank you for organizing this event. I think the event was not only for marketing Garissa, but particularly marketing the North, which is very, very, encouraging. And you gave a good picture of basically what the North can really provide to Kenya and to other parts of the world. So Islamic Relief has a program in Garissa since 2010, and our programs are more of an integrated program, and I'll stick to the 1 minute, the way she said. It's more on an integrated program and mainly focusing on access to water for areas with acute water problems, and we do quite a bit of initiatives around drilling boreholes, rehabilitating existing boreholes, desilting dams, and many other programs around water, particularly water and sanitation. We also have a food security program, which is part of the integrated program, which focuses on supporting farmers in Garissa and basically supporting the riverine farmers and ensuring that there's access to food in some of those areas. Our integrated program also supports TVETs, particularly looking at increasing skills for young youth who have maybe could not go to universities and they have dropped at a certain level in the education system, and then basically accessing those opportunities. We support TVETs, and the youth are supported in terms of skills development. We have also a large orphan sponsorship program in Garissa County, particularly in Dadaab and Garissa town, supporting over 1,000 orphans in that county. We also have, within our integrated program, we have support for women initiatives, particularly women who have ventured into farming, into other businesses, and then focusing on some of how we can really support those initiatives. Under our humanitarian program, we have cash assistance program, particularly by people who are affected by droughts and floods, and then emphasizing on supporting those who are very vulnerable during that time. I think in a nutshell, we also support policy issues within the county. We have supported the disaster risk reduction program in Garissa, particularly supporting the county in building policies that they can really access. I think in a nutshell, those are some of the programs that we support, and we thank you, Governor, for initiating this process. I wish other governors will also follow the same way, and will be able to continue partnering with Garissa County. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your patience. We continue to ask for your indulgence on time. I know it's supposed to be tea break, but let us hear about the opportunities that brought us here, because this is the key reason as to why we're here today. So we'll try to stick to the time. Please do within a minute or two, so that we are able to hear from all our development partners. Allow me to now call on stage the Country Director, Save the Children Kenya, Ms. Jib, for your remarks.
Good morning, Your Excellency, dear resident coordinators, all colleagues from county government, the government representative, embassies, UN agencies, NGO partners, and friends. All protocol observed. I promise to take it within 1 to 2 minutes. So thank you so much once again for having us here. Please allow me to congratulate you, Your Excellency, for reconvening all of us to really look into the development and prosperity of what Garissa County could become, and how far the Garissa County under your leadership have come so far. Over 70 years that Save the Children has been operating in Kenya, we are proud to be a trusted partner of Garissa County and grateful for your support to really allow us to provide the needed assistance and development to families, communities, caretakers, youth, and children. In Garissa, we have been able to operate the cash transfer programs, the treatment for medical and malnutrition outreach, especially malnutrition in children under the age of 5, also the livestock treatments, the establishment of the farmer field schools, also the work on the youth on life skill trainings and opportunities in the most viable business opportunity in the counties. There are so much more opportunities that we can see from your presentation, Your Excellency, and also the presentations that all colleagues have been gathered from. We would like to also encourage everyone to participate more into not only today's conference, but in the futures of what Garissa County could really become. One of the flagship that we see the prosperity of the county that will become one of the county that actually have a really good investment in child protections and also using child-lens and child-sensitive approaches in all the programs that you do. We very welcome the initiatives when we actually saw the first Child Protection Center that Your Excellency have been sponsoring. We would like to also encourage all the partners and also remain committed to be one of your trusted partners to delivering the needed assistance and development, especially to the communities, caretakers, youth and children of Garissa. Thank you so much once again for having us here, and congratulations, Your Excellencies and everyone.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your understanding and indulgence. I know you had prepared a lot of information to share with us, and you have to compress it to 2 minutes. We really appreciate. We move on now to the Country Director, Danish Refugee Council, Kenya, Mr. Simon Nzioka. Karibu sana.
Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellency the Governor, the HC, all protocols observed. I'll take a very short time. I think the presentation was very great, and for us, those who have been in the front line, it results like a research masterpiece, looking at the positives and also where we want to go. For us as a Danish Refugee Council, some of us confuse us with the Danish Embassy, but we are Danish Refugee Council. We have been working closely with the governor and the county government in all our programs in the county. We also work closely with the UN because we also work in the refugee establishment in the areas of protection, that's child protection, GBB, and also livelihoods at the refugee camps. In the host communities, we are working closely with the EU when it comes to area-based livelihoods. We also partner closely with the county government, with the Water Trust Fund, in access to water systems. And of course, funding from the Danish, DANIDA, from also the UN, UNCR, and also from ECHO on other protection services. For us, we continue to align our programs with the county government, the CIDP and KIZADEP. We work closely. We're also working with local partners. Some of them are here, and because we believe with the localization, there is imperative value for the locals in Garissa County. And of course, we look forward in working together in climate and resilience, where we are doing quite some work in self-reliance, access to water, and also peace building, where we are working closely with the national government and also the county government. We look forward to align our forthcoming work with the county in line with the CIDP and also what the governor has mentioned. We want to commit ourselves, Your Excellency, that we're going to continue working with you and our partners, even through the UN agencies, who we work closely, especially the UNCR in the refugee camps. Thank you so much, and I wish you well.
Thank you very much, Mr. from the Danish Refugee Council, Kenya. We now move on to Mr. Girma Gudina, who is the country representative, Lutheran World Federation Kenya program. Karibu. Mr. Gudina is not with us this afternoon. We move on to Mr. Mohammed El Montasir Hussein, who's the Country Director, International Rescue Committee, Kenya. Karibu. I guess we'll move on to Mr. George, who's the Country Director, Plan International, Kenya. I really hope Mr. George is here with us. All right, they will join us later on. We have Dr. Meshak Ndirangu, who's the Country Director, Amref Health Africa. All right, and Mrs. Mwende Kusewa, who's the Deputy Country Director, Assistant Care International Kenya. Ms. Mwende, is here? A round of applause. It's been quiet as we're waiting for these people. Thank you.
Break that absence. Your Excellency, the Governor, County Government of Garissa, All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, let me take this opportunity.
We really great. I'm very happy. I don't have to shout now. Yes, so we are committed to continue working with the people there, yes, to unlock the capacity of the people and the community to make use of the rich resources which the county has, yes, to achieve the life which people deserve and then also aspiring for. So, yes, so I'd like to close my short remark, yes, to thank you again for the county government and then the colleagues here that for the partnership. And then we are, as I said, we are very much committed to work together with the people and then the county. And then to be very honest, I assumed this meeting would happen in Garissa, so I bought a ticket, so it means that I have the flight ticket to come to Garissa very soon to have the discussion with the people there. So thank you so much, and then appreciate. And Mahad Senin. Thank you.
I think she deserves a better round of applause for sustaining that without a microphone. And last but not least, I would like to call on stage the head of mission Medsason Frontier, Kenya, Laura Gomez Mantela.
Your Excellency the Governor, ladies and gentlemen, MSF has been working in Kenya for more than 30 years. We have been working in very close collaboration with the Ministry of Health from the beginning, and we have been working in Dadaab sub-county from the beginning of our time in Kenya. Currently, MSF Switzerland works also in Mombasa, where we have a project in close collaboration with the Ministry of Health, where we are also providing healthcare to young and adolescent population, and we continue to support emergency response all over the country with outbreaks like measles and cholera, during the floods, during the drought. This is what we have been doing also in Garissa County. Last year, after the floods, we were supporting and working very closely with the government of Garissa in the response of the floods. However, our biggest project in the country is in Dadaab, specifically in Dagahali refugee camp, where we have secondary and primary healthcare services with one main hospital and 2 health posts. We continue very much committed to provide healthcare services to the host community, but also to the refugee community. And we're committed to improve the quality of care, for which we are this year finalizing the construction of a 3rd health post in Dagahali. And also we are improving the construction and the services for the ITFC and the pediatrics. We really look forward for this meeting and to find ways of collaboration with the government of Garissa, specifically to find ways of collaboration in the new level 4 hospital in Dadaab. We believe that, we really believe that this hospital is great news for all the population in Dadaab sub-county, including refugees and host community, as it will ensure the timely referrals and access to healthcare of all the population. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for giving us the time to speak here, and thank you everyone.
All right, so we were supposed to take a picture during this break, but we're still waiting on the screen, so we will do that after the tea break. I know we have been waiting for this break for a long time, so let's take 10 minutes. If it's not enough, you can come inside with your tea and your snacks so that we can continue with the program as you take your tea. Remember, the hashtag is Garissa Dev Forum in case you're engaging with us on Twitter. That's our hashtag. Asanteni sana for your patience, and a special thank you to all the partners, the embassies, the country directors, and the UN friends for your dedication, for walking the talk, and for believing in Garissa County. And I'm hoping in the afternoon we're able to put so much more in terms of what we're able to do moving forward. Asanteni sana, and enjoy your tea break. See you soon in 10 minutes.
My name is Elena Gillis. I'm here representing Adesso. Unfortunately, our executive director, Degan Ali, was unable to join today. She's actually in Somalia. Adesso is a 33-year-old organization that was started by Degan's mom, Fatima Jabril, and we have been doing community development in Somalia, in the Badan region of Somalia, since we began. And we have also become a global advocacy organization really focused on localization and promoting local development and locally led leadership of development initiatives in the Global South. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you, Governor, His Excellency, and the team who invited us. I was actually able to visit Garissa the first month of me moving here to Kenya, exactly a year ago, actually. And we were hosted by His Excellency and his team to actually show and promote locally led development, and we saw firsthand the community led development happening across the Garissa region. And it has been a partnership ever since. We're excited to continue this partnership. I think my main takeaways from our visit to Garissa as Adesso is really the leadership of local organizations and communities of their own volition and of their own self-reliance and promotion of their own priorities that are identified by communities, particularly the Africa Pastoralist Empowerment Organization, or APEO, who has been doing a lot of water pan development and engineering drought-resistant farming efforts and livelihood development for Garissa communities. And it was an inspiring visit and one that I hope, right, as we continue to talk about partnership today and joint efforts in development within Garissa, I also do hope that we continue to also focus on local organizations and the work that they're doing to drive their own community-led development. Thank you.
Sorry about that feedback. Thank you, Ms. Elena, representing Adesso. I would like now to call on stage very briefly for their remarks on the governor's presentations. Crane Kadakwa, representing VNG International. Crane Kadakwa. A round of applause as she comes on stage.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. I'm here representing VNG International. I'm sure most of you are wondering who VNG is. VNG is the Association of Municipalities in the Netherlands. We are the corporate arm of the municipality, and we might say we are the new kids in the block. And we have been in partnership with Garissa County since last year. We, as an association, work towards strengthening the capacities of local governments, and in our case, that is county governments. I think so far we've had great interactions and cooperation and a partnership with Garissa County, and I'm really happy that we've done a lot with them since last year till now. We have worked very closely with the municipalities. We continue working very closely with the municipalities of Bura and Dadaab. We have built their capacity in different aspects. We've engaged in issues of environment. We've engaged in issues of urban planning, waste management, water management. And as an organization in the country, we are really focusing on migration, the migration component, where we're looking at refugee management. And we do know that the implication of the presence of refugees in Garissa County And we have taken it upon ourselves as an organization to support Garissa County to be able to manage refugees in many components, including policy development and also the plans of the county. So we are very happy to be here. We are happy to continue our partnership. We are happy to continue planning with you as a county, and we continue working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crane Kadakwa from VNG International. Allow me to call on stage Lillian, representing ILO, who will be the final speaker for this session before we can move to the moderating sessions. All right.
Good afternoon, His Excellency the Governor, our resident rep, and all the dignitaries. It's my pleasure this afternoon to make remarks on behalf of the International Labour Organization in Kenya. First, to congratulate Garissa County for organizing this forum and for showing us the opportunities that exist for partnership and investment in the county of Garissa. The ILO has been working in Garissa County for the last 6 years now, and we would like to continue to partner with the county. Our commitment still stands to promote social justice and decent work in Garissa County. I'll mention some of the work streams that we have in Garissa County. One being work in the TVET and skills development sector, which is well known to you, His Excellency. Our work also on nature-based solutions, which you referenced a lot, the Madenge management intervention with KEFRI in Garissa, and also our work on supporting and strengthening the businesses and private sector in Garissa County. We are also working on social protection and promoting access to social protection for both refugees and host community. And we are looking forward really to jointly developing programs that aim at improving access to jobs and work for the Garissa County residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lillian from ILO, and I will welcome on stage our final speaker before we can move to the sessions, Mr. Habo Dirie, who's representing the local implementing partners in Garissa. Karibu. A round of applause as she comes on stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Bona Governor, my governor. Garissa is my home county. I'm proud to present the local organizations, the CSOs in Garissa. Us as local partners, we're here to support the CIPD and of course ensure that we support the county government agenda. And we thank so much the governor and his team for their support. Thank you so much.
Brief and to the point. She deserves a better round of applause. Thank you very much. They are the people who make all the change that we see possible on the ground. We are now quickly moving to our other session this afternoon, which is a moderating session, where we are getting to be delving deeper into the issues that were raised, some during the governor's presentation and others as we converse among us ourselves. And I would like to welcome on stage the panelists led by His Excellency Nadif Jama, who's the governor, Garissa County. A round of applause as he comes. Her Excellency Elise Tupplefield will be represented by Mr. Ben Fisher from the British High Commission. We have Alexandra from the European Union delegation in Kenya. Please come on stage. And on the panelists, finally, we have Mr. Honorable Mohamed Gulaid from Simba. Please come on stage. This session will be moderated by Dr. Idle Farah. A round of applause as he comes on stage. Just a quick advice to our panelists, please speak into the microphone so that we can be able to hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much.
Am I audible? Thank you very much, MC. Welcome the panelists to this first session where we'll be talking investment. And we're grateful to the governor and we're grateful to the UNRCO for putting this one-day Garissa conference, high-level conference indeed. My name is Idle Farah, CEO of the Frontier Counties Development Council, and as FCDC we're also proud and happy to be part of the people who are hosting you today in this high-level development conference. In this particular session, we want to focus on investment in Garissa County. Public, private, name it, whoever the investments are going to come from. And we'd like to start off with His Excellency, the Governor, and then the other panelists, as I keep asking you questions, you will introduce yourselves and how you're related to Garissa County and the organizations that you represent. Just to save on time so that we do not have an opening session. And then, Governor, when it comes to investment in Garissa County, under the devolved context, do you have, as the head of the county, all the authority to attract investment into Garissa County? Or do you have to wait and talk to national government and other entities to be able to attract that investment? Second question, if there were 2 or 3 investments that you would like to come to Garissa for the remaining part of your tenure, what would those be in terms of industry? Which are the investments that you would like to come to Garissa?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Professor Idle. Yes, indeed, we, as you saw, or rather, you got from my presentation this morning, we are a county ready, indeed, very ready for business and for investors to come on board. In fact, one of my other very quick plans from here will be to call for the first of its type investment-oriented forum in Garissa, a dedicated investment forum. This conference of today was more of getting to get introduced more, better with our partners, and see how we can expand our relationship with them. But I think my next one will be indeed to organize a dedicated investment forum whereby we present and expound even more on the opportunities that I mentioned today. As you saw today, I mentioned quite a few, or rather, even our documentary highlighted quite a few areas, which basically indeed quite, investment-oriented. I mentioned the tourism industry, which is literally virgin in that matter, untapped, yet, I mentioned the hospitality industry, which still has a lot of room for expansion, despite the fact that we have some good number of hotels. I talked about the mining industry, which is quite, in waiting for investors to come and pick. and many more. The livestock sector, which is our mainstay, has not yet been tapped into. I mean, it's unfortunate that we're still talking of selling the live animal as opposed to value addition, which is a key thing. Even if you were to sell the live animal in itself, we should by now be talking about fattening those animals through feedlots. Hence the need for investors to come on board and create feedlots in our county. And we have the ground. We have the land to do that, very good land for that matter. Unlimited opportunities, whether in the agricultural sector as a whole, and for that matter, in every sector. So I think I'm keen to see that, looking forward to that forum rather, and I hope we will drive a lot of interest amongst investors. Now, coming to your second question, if today I was to seek investors immediately for some urgent investable areas for consideration, I mentioned this morning that our CAIP project is coming up very well. And I think it's a national initiative, national county initiative, which is basically is being created to add value to agricultural products. And therefore, with that, it's already now almost 60% complete as a project. We're looking forward to the full completion of the same, sometimes before the end of this year, so that we then actually invite then investors to come on board. So actually, I think the 8 different themes that we have put in place for that to start with that industry. Some I mentioned this morning. They include processing camel milk into powder. Very, very unique, but at the same time, a handy, should I say, initiative, which can easily be picked by any investor, because we have the milk in plenty, and it's actually, if anything, actually, it's being being wasted in many ways. So turning it into powder makes a lot of sense. We have spoken about the hides and skins processing into leather. I could talk a lot about that because I recently took an investor, a big investor from Nairobi to Garissa, and he has seen the opportunity for leather processing in Garissa to export to beyond to international markets. So that's another one. We have spoken about processing the rice from our Jarajara plantations, to final product. We are talking about fruits processing, tomato processing, and many others. So we have ready investments for immediate take-up, and I think we have everything that is required to enable, or rather to provide a conducive ground for investment in our county. Thank you.
Alexandre, I hope that's the name. Alexandre, welcome. You will also say your full names and credentials. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to get that. In terms of now bringing on board private sector in particular into investing in various sectors within Garissa County, and indeed any other county or country, what are some of the enabling environmental things that or foundational things that the government as well as the national government need to work on to help private sector thrive in Garissa County?
Thank you, and good afternoon. So I'm Alexandre Baron. I am the head of governance and microeconomics at the EU delegation. So in my team, we've been supporting the devolution process for many years now, even before I arrived in Kenya. And from where I sit as head of governance, there are indeed some very important considerations that we need to take into account in order to promote and foster investment and private sector developments at the country level. The EU already has a long experience because we supported in previous years devolution via local economic development, via a program that was called IDEAS, Instrument for Devolution Support and Advice. Garissa County was not one of those direct beneficiaries from the program, but one of the key lessons learned from that program was for us that it's important to see the county governments as not trying to operate as private sector actors, but rather really as facilitators to create the conditions for investments and businesses to thrive. And for us development partners, also very important to understand how to best use our financing instruments to leverage investments. For that, the first thing, I think that a vision, a strategy, and a plan is crucial. So we see in a context like Garissa County that an integrated development approach is key to move strategically from humanitarian assistance, given the demographic reality of the county, to sustainable development solutions in that context where the protracted refugee population will remain. In relation to that, I think the other key element is the social cohesion, the inclusion, and addressing inequalities when we try to foster economic development. This comes with human capital investment, and this human capital investment should be done in the way that leaves no one behind, that looks in particular at the most marginalized groups, and that addresses the root causes of exclusion. As an illustration, in Garissa County, the European Union is now financing, together with UNICEF, as in several other counties across the country, a big infrastructure program on last mile connectivity of schools. And we've just decided last week, together with the Ministry of Education, on the 78 schools which are currently in underserved areas and which are going to be connected to the internet with a number of support measures and packages to support the integration of the school in terms of digital education. The other element is addressing the root causes of insecurity. As well, you need a predictable and safe environment for investments and businesses to thrive. So it's important for us to remain conflict sensitive on how we work in all aspects of our programming, be it in supporting the private sector or be it with working with other actors. And that's why I think this enabling environment will only exist if all stakeholders are involved and if civil society organizations as well remain fully associated to this development agenda at the country level. Two small last points. I think good governance, as head of governance, I have to mention that good governance is a crucial element of a thriving business environment. And we have in this country an important promise that was made with the devolution process, but at the same time, risks that were created. Basically a risk with low capacities at the county government's level, a risk of devolved corruption, and a risk of lack of accountability at the country level. So these risks need to be addressed as well, and that's one of the key lessons learned that the EU also drew from the previous interventions, is that we need to focus more on empowering and enabling the county governments to improve their good governance capacities, both in terms of service delivery to the basic services to the population, but also in terms of financial capacities, management and domestic revenue mobilization. In that case, in terms of own source revenue mobilization at the country level. So this is one of those areas that the EU is looking at right now, in particular for the next phase of our support to devolution and support to county governments. Last but not least, I think it's important for counties like Garissa County to seize the opportunities which are created by the new trade partnerships and trade agreements which are negotiated and concluded at the national level. For example, the European Union and the government of Kenya recently concluded an economic partnership agreement which creates a lot of opportunities, and these opportunities need to be seized and well understood at the country level as well. At the EU, we try to do our effort in terms of going out in various counties and try to explain to local business owners and investors and county governments and stakeholders the opportunities in terms of investments. But I think it's important that also the county governments seize this as an important opportunity and engage with European private sector and trade and business actors to understand these opportunities. In the case of the Economic Partnership Agreement and in the case of a county like Garissa County, I think there are very important and promising opportunities, especially around export-oriented value chains in the agribusiness in particular. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandre. Now I come to Ben. Already Alexandre has given us quite a good background on some of the foundational things that are required and the environment that is required. There are key issues in the Assam region, one of which is climate change. It's a huge problem. And when investments are being made, we have to look at climate change and how it's going to affect that investment. We also have to look at issues related to security, for example, as well. And most importantly, and above all, it has to be community-owned and community-driven. So what are some of the strategies you think, Ben, that we could use to come up with fairly community-driven, climate resilient, security-sensitive investments in Garissa County and in the larger north? Welcome.
Great, thank you very much, Professor. So first of all, I'd just like to start off by congratulating the Governor on this really excellent event. It's great to be together with so many people who are investing in Garissa. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, Excellency. To answer your question, I think from a UK point of view, I personally, I work on peace and security issues at the British High Commission. I'm the head of what we call our integrated security team for East Africa. And from our point of view, investing in peace and security in Garissa is a really key foundation for development and trade to happen. So I think what we try to do in the UK is approach it from a kind of holistic point of view. So we've got a number of initiatives which are being implemented in Garissa. So for example, we have a project which is called Pamoja, which is working in the refugee camp in Dadaab, providing support to communities who have come across the border from Somalia and integrating with communities in Garissa. In addition to that, we're trying to provide support for peace and security. So we have a project which is called Reinvent, which has been working a little bit more with the national government and county commissioners, in particular the security committees. And then, of course, we have our Deris Wanag project. So the whole point of the Deris Wanag project is to support communities in some of the most inaccessible parts of the county. So as my colleague from EU has said, we try to reach the most marginalised communities, if you could put it like that. So Deris Wanag, as all of our Somali colleagues will know, it means good neighbourliness in Somali. And what we're trying to do is recognise that communities do not just exist within a geographical boundary, they extend into Somalia and up into Ethiopia. So the whole point of this project is to focus on cross-border dimensions of trade and security. So we put communities in the driving seat of everything that we're trying to do. So you'll see here up on the map, we have 6 communities which we're serving in Garissa, from including Liboy and places like Ijara. So we're trying to reach out to the most marginalised and providing communities with grants so they can contribute to their own peace and stability. And I'd just also like to say that another key part of what we're trying to do is change perceptions of sometimes I've been in Kenya for 6 years nearly now, and when I first came to Kenya, the perception of the northeast of Kenya was somewhat kind of around security issues and that kind of thing. So what we've been trying to do is get into Garissa as much as possible and other counties across the northeast of Kenya to demonstrate that if the British High Commissioner can go to Garissa or Elwak, then any investor can go there. So what we've been trying to do is show people that it is a safe place to go to, that is open for business, where there are more opportunities than challenges. So that's another part of what we've been trying to do to enable development in Garissa.
Matt, and also for giving us a very brief and saving us quite a bit of time. Mohamed Guled, welcome. You've been in this space of development partners, county governments, devolution, since we started in 2013 when you were sworn in as a deputy governor in Isiolo County. There are certain fundamental foundations that will spur economic growth. If you cannot build industries if you do not have a reliable power supply, for example. You will not also do business well if the connectivity in terms of road, rail, as well as airports and ports to export things are concerned. What would be your thoughts and suggestions in terms of bringing in private sector to invest in renewable energy, roads, and so on, particularly now learning from the annuity program in the Horn of Africa Development Gateway Project?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Mohamed Simba Gulet. The MC was kind enough to introduce me as being from Simba. That is actually my name. And I work with an initiative called the NEDI Initiative, the Northeast Development Initiative. That is a collaboration between the World Bank and the government of Kenya to bridge development gaps between the other half of Kenya and northern Kenya. So let me also join Ben in this case now to congratulate His Excellency the Governor for organizing such a wonderful gathering. It actually became for me an eye-opener. In fact, I now see Garissa Excellency from a totally different perspective. I'm even thinking of migrating to go and live there. Because the Garissa I only used to visit town. So beyond the natural, the national reserves, the indigenous and, animals that are now suffering from almost being extinct, and all the other opportunities that are so quite wonderful. But coming to your question, Prof, first of all, I want to say I was amazed, Your Excellency, because I was looking at the household and demographic data of the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And I came to realize Garissa actually is doing much better than many places. I was actually looking at the figures, and I was really surprised because I looked at, for example, access to water. Contrary to the story we are hearing, the percentage of people in Garissa who can access at least basic drinking water services is at 71%. That is against the average of 68% nationally. Is it the data is wrong? Is it true? Maybe I believe it is true. And also health data I also saw is quite impressive. So I can confirm then that devolution is really doing an amazing work. And from what you have shown here earlier on, it was quite amazing. Now, Prof, issues of infrastructure. First of all, I also want to thank the President. Yesterday, if you may not have listened to his speech when he was in Mandera, he has removed the annuity program, which is construction of the road from Modogash to Samatar, which was a big challenge because we didn't know how that was going to be financed. But yesterday he announced, and that to me is something that we really need to celebrate because it was going to be a gap, that section and the section beyond, and Mandera, Ramo to Mandera. So Garissa definitely, therefore, is a big beneficiary in this in terms of infrastructure. But when you come to issues of energy, interesting because now statistically again, Garissa has got one of the lowest connectivity, a contradiction because it's also one of the largest generators of power through the Garissa solar energy supply, which supplies more than 50 megawatts to the national grid. Yet Garissa itself, when you look at county-wide, the percentage of people who access electricity is quite low. Actually, the KNBS was putting it at around 20%, which is quite very low. When you compare to our neighboring country, Somalia, just across, at least in the urban centers, close to 80% of people are accessible to electricity. So this is a big contradiction. Why, in a functioning system, like in Kenya now, Garissa being one of the counties in Kenya, we should, and I see the difference is in the private sector involvement. What happens across the border is that the private sector is very strong and has managed to be able to supply electricity to most of the inhabitants of that region. So I think we need to encourage investment in renewable and solar energy, particularly mini grids are going to be very key. I know there has been a push for connecting the entire northeastern region to the national grid, but before we reach there, I know under the program that now I work, the COSA program, Garissa is going to benefit from almost 11 mini grids, which will be constructed through the Kenya Power and Lighting Company. And I know in the pipeline also there's a new energy project, about $400 million, of which again the same COSAP counties, the 14 counties in northern Kenya, will be the largest beneficiaries. But over and above, I think for business to thrive, for the economy of that region to thrive, the involvement of the private sector is very key to get involved in generation of power, renewable, to get engaged in supply of water. I mean, not only the government alone should not be expected to supply everything, the private sector should come in also very strongly. But I also think the other contradiction that I saw is that when you look at nationally, in Nairobi and other major cities, you'll realize that some of the biggest business entrepreneurs are people coming from Garissa and the northeastern part of Kenya. So it is very key, I think, Excellency, in our next effort, and especially when you are going to undertake the investment conference for Garissa County, to now involve also our local entrepreneurs, because they have the muscle, they have the capacity. If you look at the aviation industry, for example, almost 80% is being controlled by people coming from that side. If you look at a lot of the hospitality you mentioned, if you look at also quite increasingly also I'm seeing the healthcare, people beginning to, invest in healthcare. and many other investments. I think we need to pull them to come to that site because that's their home, to put some of their money at least in that section to create jobs and opportunities. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. I think the panelists have done very well in terms of time. To benefit this particular high-level conference, I would like to go back to them, each panelist, for 2 minutes. We've had a very excellent, successful, engaging, well-attended international NGOs, UN agencies, embassies, Garissa County officials. How do we sustain this going into the future so that it does not become an event and then 2026 we come back here and nothing will have progressed out of this? What are practical things that we can do? Should we create a multi-agency platform of coordination, things like that? So I would like to finish with the governor at the last. So I'll start off with Ben Fisher, then Alexandra, and Honorable Goulet. 2 minutes, please.
So just really briefly, so we've heard about so many investments into Garissa. One of the investments that the UK has really seen as being very important is the NEDI initiative that Goulet has already talked about. So the UK has recently announced that we are going to increase the amount of money that we're putting into IDA by 40%. So we are going to contribute 1.98 billion pounds, and we would like to see more initiatives like NEDI. NEDI is kind of coming to an end from what I understand. So it's going to be really important to sustain a focus on a part of Kenya that requires further investment. And to coordinate this alongside other initiatives, I think we need to come together at a Nairobi level as well. So previously the UN, the World Bank and others worked alongside government of Kenya at a national level and with the EU through the Northeast Advisory Group, which was a group of both donors and national government partners alongside county government counterparts. So there's obviously been quite a lot of reconfigurations within government recently, but I think it would be a huge success if we're able to reinvigorate a coordination mechanism at a national level. And with Ibrahim Rashid's move into the office of the president, there's a real opportunity to make sure that the Northeast is represented at a national level and that we coordinate around development-related issues.
So I would like to echo as well the comments that my colleague from the UK just made. Same approach on the EU side in terms of this coordination that needs to take place also at the national level and in the context of the Northeast Advisory Group. On top of that, I think for us as development partners, especially in this global context where funding is becoming more scarce and will remain so, we need to have a proper reflection on how best to leverage our funding on the development partner side to support, again, this enabling environment for investments and private sector development. Lastly, at the country level, I think the leadership of the county governments is extremely important in terms of gathering all stakeholders around the implementation of the CIDP and around the implementation of the Garissa Integrated Socio-Economic Development Plan. Again, going back to what I said earlier, probably the most crucial element for the country at this stage is to sustain this vision, this strategy, and this plan. And I welcome this event and this conference today as an illustration of this vision that Your Excellency, Governor, you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think I concur with my fellow panelists on the need for a concerted team that can come together. The Northeast Working Group definitely is a very good way to go. But I also want to mention that if you look at, for example, the number of partners who are here today, quite a broad, I think, spectrum of partners. It's only that they have not mentioned how much money maybe they are spending in Garissa or in the northeastern section of Kenya today. But probably these monies can go into billions and billions of shillings. So the most important thing is now to find a mechanism on looking at the impact of these funds, what the EU is spending, what the UN is spending. Because they have been in this arena, I think, since independence. Is it also maybe a moment as we look forward to do a reflection backwards, to look at since independence, what has the US aid, I know it has now been suspended, I understand, what have they spent since then to today? And is it really visible? Can it be felt? That will teach us a lesson going forward. How do we move in terms of making it accountable to the people it's targeting, but also to have the effectiveness? Number two, I think it's very important for counties like Garissa to come up with a policy framework that can give guidance and guidelines on how investments should be done in the counties. I think it doesn't make sense for any of those donors just to walk in and start investing in the county without really consulting the county government, following the CIDP procedure, or together in harmony, avoid duplication of works in some of the interventions. So I think it's very important to have an umbrella. And finally, I think we have the FCDC, Prof, which you lead, should play a very key role in bringing together these partners to create that platform and make it easy for them to work in that environment. Thank you.
Your Excellency.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor. Professor, as I said this morning, to me this is serious engagement, the meeting of today, and I think I've already made up my mind on how to take up from here. I have a very, very strong team of county senior officers already seated here, and each one of them knows his or her role on the way forward. This will not go to waste. We will pursue the discussions. We will form a dedicated team of senior officers to engage and coordinate seriously with the people who honored us this morning or this today. I mean, people have been sitting here since morning. We are not taking it for granted. I mean, when I see Dr. Steve from morning sitting here, him and his colleagues from the UN and other agencies, that to me tells me that they really mean well for Garissa and for the region for that matter. I will not let them down by not following up on this very, very important conference. We'll follow up. I know where we're heading. We will engage them. We will ensure that we drive some serious value from this conference. And I have no doubt the participants of this forum conference today all mean well for Garissa County. And otherwise they will not have come. They will not have sat all this time. So we'll follow up and also follow up with other, as I said, also other important conference. In fact, as I was talking this morning to my CC for trade, and we are going to form a dedicated investment promotion unit within department, but also reporting, indirectly to me. Because the way forward for Garissa now, and for the region for that matter, is really nothing but investment. We have everything that other Kenyan counties have, and there's no reason why we should not promote serious investment into our counties, Professor. Okay. The issue of insecurity, which is always mentioned, it's unfortunate that sometimes, we hear of insecurity as a scapegoat. But I wonder, and I ask myself, if we had an incident many years back, also Nairobi had its own, New York had its own, other places had them, Paris had its own. We don't hear, of people running away or shying away from coming to those areas. I think it's unfortunately unnecessary bad publicity, and sometimes I think the mainstream media has a big role in that negative publicity. But we'll overcome that. We'll overcome by calling in the investors, by giving them the incentives they require, by creating the enabling environment for them, by showing them how much they're able to drive value from the county. I mean, I'll give you an example. I told you this morning, or I mentioned this morning, banks, a new bank is now coming up to, I'm aware, very soon coming to take a branch in Garissa. I mean, why would they be coming? They are making good money out of the region. Hotels, restaurants, so and so forth and so on. So I think we will share in that investment forum the data as to how business environment has progressed in Garissa since devolution. And it will be a game changer, Professor. So all I'm saying is we'll pursue the deliberations from here, and I am keen that we will start seeing, and again, as I mentioned this morning, we are advantaged as Garissa in many ways. So we will capitalize on our competitive advantage and make sure that we achieve our goals. Asante. Thank you.
Asante sana, Governor. We will have the plenary after the second panel has had a discussion. We've come to the end of this panel one. The key takeaway messages, ladies and gentlemen: 1, Garissa is ready for investment. 2, there's a strong team that has been put together to follow up on this high-level conference that we have had today to ensure that we walk the talk, as they say. Asante sana, Governor. Thank you very much, Honorable Guled. Thank you, Alexandre Baron and Ben Fisher. Probably you can just step forward 1 minute, you take a photograph, and then we leave the stage. Asanteni.
Of applause as they take that photograph. That was the first panel discussing leveraging innovation and sustainable investment for economic transformation, led by Dr. Idna Farah. So we will be having the second session, the second panelist, that will be moderated by our chief guest, Dr. Stephen Jackson from the UN. And some of the panelists on that session will have Claudia Kapoor, who's a senior policy advisor, World Food Program. Please come on stage. We have Johan Grambag, who's a senior coordinator for recovery and resilience, IOM. A round of applause as they come. Oh, and they're need more seats. And we will be having Sir William Ejalo, who's the head of Stab Office Dadaab from UNHCR. William Aaron, who's the country director, Mercy Corps. Please join us on stage. Dr. Martin Levinas, who's a team lead, World Health Organization, Kenya Emergencies. We have Jib, who's the country director, Save the Children, Kenya. And finally, Ahmed Mahbub Bajwa, who's a UNICEF deputy country representative. A round of applause as they come on stage. And as wait for those seats, maybe just a quick recap of the conversation Dr. Idle was having. It reminded me of the conversations that were happening in Isiolo during the inaugural pastoralist conference. And most of the participants were of the opinion that the software on the ground is okay. We now need to move to the hardware. We now need to plug into opportunities or partnerships that can lead to growth, especially in infrastructure, in health and whatnot. In terms of capacity building, they feel like they have had sufficient training on that, and that brings us to this second session, where the focus will be on strengthening collaborative partnerships for inclusive county development. Over to you, Dennis.
I think, yep, okay. Is this working? Yes, it is. Well, it's a great pleasure to have this opportunity to moderate this panel and to pick straight up from the excellent panel that Dr. Idle just moderated. When he was bringing us into land from that panel, he said, Garissa is ready for investment, and here we're going to be talking about partnership, because partnership is absolutely key to delivering the investment that Garissa both needs and deserves. Really thrilled we have such a great panel with us. We're a large number of people, and I know that a number of people have a hard stop coming up fairly soon. Governor, I know you need to leave shortly. So we're going to make it very, very brisk, and I'm going to go to each of you in turn. I think you've all seen the questions ahead of time, but I'd invite you to try and keep your remarks to about 3 minutes if you can. I know that that's very, very brief. And I'll go in this order, which is not the order that you're sitting in. Claudia, Johan, Dr. William Ejalu. We have two Williams, then William Barron, then Dr. Martin, then Jib, and then last word to you, Bajwa. So, Claudia, coming to you first, and Claudia Apo, who is the Senior Program and Policy Advisor at the World Food Programme. So I'm wondering what specific lessons we can draw on from successful development partnerships in other marginalised areas. We've been cautioned not to use the word marginalised. I've been scratching my head to try and find another. But what can we learn from our experience elsewhere? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this question, and we really appreciate it as WFP. We really appreciate the initiative of the county government bringing us all together. I think in this time, working collaborative as partners is the only way forward, and very appreciative of being part of this panel. So yeah, as WFP, we've been working hand in hand with the county government for so many years, and having joined memorandum of understandings which are fully aligned with the county integrated development plans, which is obviously, really setting the tone for what is the vision of the county government. And before answering your question, I would actually like to actually say how instead of saying how can Garissa learn from other countries, let's start by answering how actually other countries and areas have actually learned from Garissa, which there are some really remarkable examples, and let me just mention one. So inspired by His Excellency, the Governor, he has actually, for establishing green villages, we have been supporting the county government with the co-creation of 6 climate resilient food system hubs, which were also already mentioned earlier. And that's really in order to ensure that there is long-term food and nutrition security achieved, and that communities become resilient, more resilient to future shocks. And this concept actually has been replicated in 10 counties in Kenya, as well as is inspiring a lot of the discussions also in many other parts of the world and neighboring countries and even other regions. So I think this is like one really good example. Let me come to one area where I think Garissa and other counties in the Assas can learn from other regions. We have, and there's one challenge that I think is very, very, and it came out also earlier in the discussion, is the challenge around land degradation in the face of climate change and and everything related to that. And there is one program in Western Africa, actually. It's calling Greening the Sahel. Greening the Sahel is actually spanning across 5 countries, reaching 4 million people. And we had the opportunity actually to bring the deputy governor of Garissa to Chad, and there was a mission to Chad and to Niger. He was part of that delegation. And we are replicating this in Kenya, this program. There's a demonstration site in Samburu where we had technical officers also from Garissa present. And this year it's going to be one of the focus areas where we are working very closely with the county government to bring this forward. And Garissa is going to be really one of the focus counties in this area. So I stop here because I know we are short in time. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Whoops. The system. Thank you so very much, and for setting the model of being very, very concise, but already highlighting resilience, the green dimension, and the CIDP as an anchor for our partnerships. So thank you so much for that. We're going to go to Johan Gudberg, who's the Senior Coordinator for Recovery and Resilience with the International Organization for Migration. And the question to you is about strengthening coordination between national and county levels of government and development partners, and of course IOM very much at the center of that. So what can we learn from IOM's experience?
Sure, thank you for the question. Yeah, this works. Yes, I wanted to respond to that question by sharing some experiences we've had in IOM, especially last year, working on a program in Garissa, specifically in Dadaab and the communities hosting the refugees. So this was, I would say, a program that really supported the priorities of the CIDP. It was a 12-month initiative, very ambitious, given that time frame, but focused on helping with adaptation, building resilience of those communities, also including refugees in some of the activities, and focusing on Dadaab and on Fafi sub-counties. So this program really tried to respond to the unique challenges in this area. We initiated the program through a study, so we did focused discussions and ethnographic walks, and we found things that we're all Garissa experts in here, so these are not news, but the extreme weather conditions and it's really impacting on the droughts and threatening water and food security. Loss of livestock has been occurring for a long time, and really pushing people out of those traditional livelihoods, the pastoralists, and also sometimes resulting in resource-based conflicts. Women and children, we found, are very impacted, sometimes abandoned. Increased workloads are affecting them, and also their education is disrupted because of a lot of migration and mobility occurring inside the county. And also youth was spoken about this morning. Some of these stressors are resulting in early marriages, again, educational and economical disruptions as well, and resulting in unemployment. So these are some of the major challenges. We saw really, really impressive achievements this morning in the governor's presentation. A lot of that is obviously in Garissa town, but the situation and the picture in these host communities is a different one, and often quite harsh. So the program we were leading there was focused on livelihood improvements, so looking at introducing climate-smart agriculture as an alternative livelihood, and also you couldn't do anything there without resolving the water issue. It was constantly a huge challenge. So we did, in the same locations, upgradation of water supply systems, and also drilling of new boreholes. And then we had a component on energy diversification. There's a lot of pressure on the forests around the camps because of the use of the wood fuel. So Mathenge tree was talked about earlier. We trained these communities to utilize the Mathenge tree, which is an invasive species, to produce eco-friendly briquettes. So those were kind of the program interventions. In terms of lessons learned around the issue of coordination, this was climate change. Both climate change and migration is really a multi-sectoral issue. So you need to engage governor's office, the county, but also different sectors. So we had at the national level a steering group for the program, which included, it was led by ASAL and Interior, had 19 departments. So that provided alignment and oversight. We engaged at the county level with the governor's office and also with relevant sector departments. And we also engaged importantly at the very local level in Dadaab and Fafi with the local actors through workshops. We engaged with UNHCR, William will remember that, and also with some of the partners we were working with, including Peace Winds was here, and also OSTA, which is a local organization. So that was on the coordination. I think otherwise, sort of lessons learned related to coordination is the sustainability, and really, you know, sustainability handover not being something you do at the end of the program, but actually you're engaging from the start with these different actors. Conflict sensitivity was also important. I think especially if it's a resource scarce environment, there are sensitivities, and we notice that in the communities. You've got to navigate those and be aware of some of those risks. Couple of points to end this, but looking at what's already in place instead of starting new things, because on the water supply there are a lot of infrastructure in place but not always working. So instead of building new infrastructure, look at what's there. World Bank was implementing a lot of water supply infrastructure, so we could come in and solarize some of that infrastructure that hadn't been solarized, for example. So I think those are the main points around coordination. Maybe to conclude by saying that the approach of having these program steering committees bringing together different ministries and departments was extremely effective, and we're now applying that again. We did that at the national level, but now we're applying that same model at the county level in some of the work we're doing in Tana River and also in Mandera. So those are some reflections from me. Thank you.
And thank you very much, and again for being very concise. A number of points I'll pick up and summarize at the end. So we'll come straight to Dr. William Ejalu, who's head of our UNHCR, the Office of the High Commissioner for Refugees, sub-office in Dadaab. And William, really UNHCR obviously in situ for many decades, thinking now very concertedly about innovation, innovative partnerships, innovative financing, and particularly as we look forward, of course, to Sharika. So what have we learnt about innovation when it comes to addressing persistent development gaps?
Thank you, Stephen. I think it's a very difficult question, because if you ask me what I've learned, I believe I'm still learning. Mm-hmm. But I'll put it, what should we do differently in the context of Garissa, using Dadaab as a vehicle, through Sharika as a vehicle of transformation. And to do that, you need to understand the context from a financing perspective. One is the heavy donor dependence without sustainable local-driven financing. And I think if we look at the discourse this morning, we need to change from that. We need to think long-term. Second is the underutilized public-private partnership models that we need to tap into. And third, the short-term funding cycles that fail to address long-term challenges. And I think this is seen overall in the context of Northeast Kenya. And I'll illustrate how Sharika and creating an enabling environment could sort of provide an opportunity to tap into other sources of funding. We've talked about the environment, we've talked about many other things, but I think we need to look outside Garissa to see what can be contextualized in the context of Garissa to promote development, but first of all by building, either you call it a business or an investment case. In that, to lead to development, you have to show what opportunities will be there. If I personify, I would say, what do I have in it if I come to work, to partner with the government of the county government of Garissa, or if I come to invest in the county government of Garissa. So in terms of possible solutions or examples, I would give three. One is look at the blended finance approaches that sort of empower, because development cannot happen without empowering of the people. The people are the key resource, whether it's through reskilling or creation of opportunities. And Ethiopia's refugee inclusion loan program is one of those in terms of financial inclusion and creating opportunities. Then we talk about the environment, we talk about climate change. I think there is a big opportunity that can be tapped into if it's well thought, well planned, and partner the right people in leveraging carbon credits and climate financing. That's an opportunity. We talk about protecting the environment, but we talk about regenerating the environment. Today the governor has been very polite. He has not talked about the destruction of the environment, something that we are always discussing with. And I think, how can we seize that opportunity that we regenerate the environment, protect the environment, but also create opportunities for the people to participate in that. Now, to do that, you have to understand the profile of the people. You have to understand the skills they need to protect to that. So that's an element. Initially, we have to look at what skills are needed to empower people to participate in developing the economy. And last but not least, we are talking about the municipality and the other opportunities. I think it wouldn't be naive to think, looking at the current global funding and donor mechanisms, to look into how we can leverage on municipal bonds and infrastructure financing. These are things that we have to be courageous to talk about. Now, I'm looking at it from an abstract point of view. But to do that, you have a wealth. Besides what we have shown, but I think the main wealth you have, the high percentage of the youth you have in your community. If these youth are empowered, given the right skills, they will be able to participate in developing Garissa. And not only Garissa, because you cannot develop Garissa without linking it to Wajir and Mandera. Possibility, out-of-the-box thinking. What about an economic zone that can create opportunities and development, not only in those counties, but also going across the border? Now, while Sherika, and I would like to quote Stephen here, inshallah, it will be launched soon, but it creates that out-of-the-box thinking where we look at people empowerment, inclusion, and area development, using the presence of refugees to attract investment in this case that can benefit the whole area as Garissa or Dadaab through the new vehicle of municipalization. And if you look at the classic meaning of municipalization in terms of providing basic services and opportunities to the people. Last but not least, we cannot talk about being innovative or being creative without connection. Digital connection, digital connectivity, and infrastructure connectivity in terms of movements to and from the different parts of Garissa should be easier, less stressful, and creating more opportunities. So the key ingredient to all this is what the governor and the previous panelists said, creating an enabling environment, whether it's through local, by local I mean the county laws, working with the county assembly, or to being courageous, thinking long term, beyond political terms, but thinking long term in terms of empowering the area. Last but not least, it has been said before, to interest people in partaking to the development of Garissa, you need to have an element we could call in my language community mobilization. And I think the Somali community in Garissa have got a very rich resource. If William can invest at home, that means it's an eye-opener for others to come and invest, because that means there is a reason to invest in that particular field, in that particular area of the economy. And I'll stop at that. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. A lot to chew on there. I'm going to go straight to our other William Barron, Country Director, Mercy Corps, from whom we also heard earlier this morning. And William, just asking you from the perspective of global civil society, what lessons we can really bring to bear here on partnership, what works?
Great, thanks so much. So before I came to Kenya, I was working in just across the northern border in the lowlands of Ethiopia. And I think some of the lessons we saw there, I think, have important lessons for Garissa. My first reflection, actually, is that us sitting here today reminds me very much of what I saw happen in the Somali region of Ethiopia while I was there, which was the region with their development partners developed what they called the Somali Region Multi-Year Resilience Strategy. And it was amazing to see development donors, partners, all feed into and get behind this strategy and really mobilize resources and implementation behind that. And so I think that's the direction that Garissa County can go. But I think, I said earlier that lots of different investments are needed for Garissa. But really, for Garissa communities to thrive, it's the livestock systems and the rangelands that support them that really have to succeed. And the big issue in Garissa is not the kind of availability of animals, it's not even the demand. There's plenty of demand. And in fact, the study recently said that by 2030, demand for meat in Kenya will have increased by 170%. And also, we're seeing more and more demand for high-quality meat in Nairobi and other places, so supermarket quality meat. So the big issue for Garissa is supply, consistency of supply, and the quality of the supply of animals, which means selling animals that are not 5, 6, 7 years old, but 2 or 3 years old. And so the lessons I saw in Ethiopia was how, the governor mentioned earlier that, what's needed is more local level fattening and processing. And that's exactly what needs to happen. And that's what we saw happen in the lowlands of Ethiopia, where the buyers, they invested in their supply chains at the county, let's say, or regional level there. And that really changed the equation around risk and certainty for producers, and they were suddenly willing and able to invest in their animals and sell young animals and get more of a reward. So those are the changes. I think one of the key things is public-private partnerships, but having the private sector drive the vision for what models will work. And the key, I think, also is to start small and approach things like abattoirs that can be modular or even mobile abattoirs. So those kinds of things really worked in Ethiopia, and I think they can work in Garissa. And finally, what I think we haven't seen work well in any of our neighboring countries is the rangeland piece. And this is really the challenge of our time, I think, for the lowlands in the Horn of Africa and East Africa. And it's really a governance challenge. We see the solution, it has to be governance. And so I would argue really that Kenya is the country that is best positioned to show a model that can work, because community institutions are strong, and also government is more organized and better resourced than some of our neighbors. And so I think that's an opportunity for Garissa to really show what model around rangeland management can work, building on the conservancy models, which can work in some more localized context. But more than that, it has to be around the community institutions, the rangeland councils, and government really getting behind the communities in terms of land use planning. And with that kind of joined up effort, we can really find livestock rangeland management and also herd management models that can really support the vision for the transformation in livestock production and sales that needs to happen. Thanks.
Terrific. Yep. Terrific. Thank you very, very much. And a lot of convergence in what we're hearing from the different panelists. Let's continue with Dr. Martin Livinus, who is the team lead for emergencies from WHO Kenya. And to you, really wanting to ask about investments in key sectors, the health sector, of course, foundational, investing in children's, but I imagine also from your perspective, thinking about emergencies and resilience as well.
Thank you, RC, and thank you, Excellency, for having us here again. And I would like to try to narrow it down to the maternal and neonatal care side. And we know that the mortality level of the maternal and child care is at the level we want it to be in terms of the trend. So we look at some of the investment, like you said, that we can invest in to see how we can take care of that trend. And one of them is capacity building of the healthcare workers among the emergency obstetric and neonatal care guideline that have been launched by WHO. The country have adopted that guideline, so it will be good to see how we invest in the healthcare workers to understand that guidelines, to be able to know how to take care of the mothers and the children as they are giving birth. Another area is leveraging on the government initiative on the universal health care coverage and empower the communities and the healthcare promoters to link the mothers in a timely manner to ANC antenatal care and also the postnatal care in terms of the health facilities. Now, in doing this, you have to also look at the context. You have to understand the context of the communities. Most of them are pastoralists, they are moving, and so there's a deal of awareness and community engagement that need to go into this for them to understand the need for that so that you can achieve the success in the linkages. Another area that we can look at is investing in level 2 and 3 facilities. We're able to invest into these facilities to address the causes, the root causes of these neonatal and maternal mortalities. You have to invest in terms of the availability of the care workers and the knowledge of the care workers, the supplies, the equipment needed, the total infrastructure. Investing in this is very key to be able to achieve that. And of course, I will not end by talking about the emergency response. As the emergency team lead here in Kenya for WHO, most of the diseases we are responding to, most of the people that suffer most are the pregnant mothers and the under 5. So take some of the cholera outbreak. If you look at also looking at the malnutrition state of the ASAL counties. So as you are responding, you also have to invest in those areas in terms of malnutrition to make sure that the available food are there and the care is also directed to the pregnant women and the under 5. So we're able to do this, and that will be fine. And one of the areas I want to also highlight is the stabilization center in the referral hospital in Garissa. That really helped to help stabilize the malnourished pregnant women and also the children, and also give them a playground area where they can also, exercise. That could, some of the areas that we can look at, I can say. Thank you.
And thank you very much, and also thank you for being so concise and on point. So as I said, I'll come back at the end and pick up many of the points that have been made, but I want to go straight to you. So Purnpun Jib Rabitu Saporn, otherwise known as Jib, easier for many of us, who is the country director for Save the Children. And to ask you about the private sector. That's been coming up a lot in what's been said on the panel, but also in the earlier discussions. So what role can we see for the private sector in carrying forward these partnerships at scale?
So thank you so much for the questions. I think over 70 years that Save the Children has been operating in Kenya, we have seen many evolutions in programs in both development and humanitarians, and more we see the relevance and importance of roles of private sectors play in collectively driving the development, especially in a county like Garissa. I was actually very inspired by the presentation that Your Excellency presented at the very beginning, because it was very forward-looking. It actually speaks to what we need to drive forward development collectively. Private sector traditionally have so many roles to play to really complement the development efforts. So traditionally we'll see that private sector have roles to play in capacity building, skills development, creating workforce training to upskill employees, and also to support certain educational programs. We have seen from our evidence and our programs that we run, for example, in the enterprise-based TVET program, where private sector have played really critical roles to really help increasing sustainability and self-reliance to the communities, and also to help boosting the economic in the communities themselves. We also see the roles playing in promoting financial inclusion and also the access and financing, some from the very, very grassroots level, including the VSLA groups, the mother-to-mother support groups, as well as also linkages to the access to financial services such as microfinancing, impact investment. Now that we see more and more of areas of work around venture capital, also the support for finances to MSME that really helps scaling up and boosting economy from the community level upward. We also see their roles in economic growth and job creation, especially through the programs that we're implementing. We've seen a lot of their roles complementing in value chain programming. There are areas where they could come in and really bringing in and creating values of the products that are actually abandoned in communities. We also see them coming in a lot in innovation and technology to bring in some new technology, digital solutions, especially in renewable energies, healthcare, agricultures. Kenya as a whole is a hub for a large number of startups, which also have a lot of potential to really bring in technology to help bringing in new solutions to the problems that we're facing. And I can't stress enough of the comments that our other panelists also mentioned about public-private partnership.
Mm-hmm.
We really see that multi-stakeholder approach to really bring in different strengths that everyone has to really co-create the self-reliance, the sustainable mechanisms in communities are very, very needed and very possible in a county like Garissa. We also see possible programs on social impact investment that are already happening in Kenya, where not only financial returns are gained, but also the social impact. And it really helps creating the self-sustainable mechanisms that community can co-own. And this is something that we see can really help contributing to sustainable development, and especially in inclusive growth of communities, youth, and also children. So Save the Children have been adopting all the child-sensitive lens in all the programs, and we see that it's very important for us to really achieve these sustainable development goals. Through some of the programs that we work with the Global Venture team, that we solely work on innovative solutions, we see that more and more possibilities in county like Garissa. For example, just the last one to end this answer. From the presentation that we've seen, just out of our head during this morning, we see already some possibility of private investor collaboration in programs such as climate financing or carbon avoidance, utilizing Garissa, very well-known green energy hub. This is something that is just a start of possibilities, but there are tremendous roles the private sector can play to really help creating values from what development efforts have already paved the way with the support from the county government. Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed. So last but very much not least, we're going to go to Ahmed Mahmoud Bajwa, our UNICEF Deputy Country Representative. And Bajwa, to you, a question about integration, integrated programming. We've heard a lot about the need for multi-sectoral approaches. So what can we learn? What can we bring to bear for an integrated multi-agency approach as we seek to support Garissa?
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Well, I think it's there we go.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The presentation, His Excellency Nadif Jama, the Governor, ended with 4 asks. First 2 asks were very simple, I thought. But the second 2 asks, how we manage to find ourselves resilient to floods and how we manage to find ourselves resilient to droughts. So if we look at the natural hazards bring in multiple deprivations and in an integrated manner. So I do not need to go into the details of those multiple deprivations, how a natural hazard induces that. But to respond to multiple deprivations, you need multidimensional programming and integrated programming as well. I think the best example that can be seen is the integrated programming that the United Nations has introduced in the country. As part of the UNSDCF 2022-2027, the joint programs, the 23 joint programs that are designed in consultation with the government, ministries, and partners, they are valuing at the moment, as of today, $530 million in total in terms of the projection that is needed to implement those programs. Those programs are in
The biggest is water, $168 million. Then we have nutrition program. Then we have reproductive, maternal, neonatal child health program. Then we have gender program. So 23 programs are either 6 of them are at a mature shape now, and the others are coming up with very strongly. That $530 million projection, Garissa is everywhere in every joint program, because those programs are designed mainly for ASAL, and Garissa is there. Now let me give you a quick example, Your Excellency Governor. I know you're very happy nowadays because you have the most successful in history borehole in Madugashe now very recently, which is basically 40,000 liters per hour yield, which has never been experienced in Kenya's history. So how this has happened? Now that borehole is independent of the droughts and the floods. Even if there are droughts, that borehole will keep on working and will give the consistent yield because the deep aquifer has been hit with that borehole. Madugashe, many of the attempts were failed. But this is the first time this borehole, I have the video, I don't want to show it over here, but if you see the yield of that borehole, it is amazing. Now, in the area surrounding that borehole, we have a big hospital where the integrated programming is going on for nutrition, for health, for referrals as well, for operations as well. And hospital until last month, still now I will say, was bringing water through water tankers and was struggling. People with their livestock were struggling. Villages did not have water. Everyone is going to have the water with this Madugashe borehole. And this is not the only success which is achieved. Actually, this is the first borehole. That means we have found the aquifer. We can have 10 more now in the same area with the same aquifer. So the whole social well-being and inclusion, which is the topic of today's gathering, is going to change in Madugashe area. This is how it is going to help in an integrated manner. And this borehole, which has got success, is part of the integrated water program of United Nations, which is bringing in now other sectors together. So 9 agencies are cooperating for the water program only. So integration is going to yield excellent results in Kenya and particularly in Garissa. This is what I would like to say. Thank you so much.
To begin with, I would really just like to invite us all to celebrate the panelists. They did an extraordinary job of being very concise, given the time pressure, but also being very convergent. And so can I invite you to give them a warm round of applause? And then, if I may, in the interests of time, Madam Moderator, I'm going to try and do 2 things at once. I need to wrap up this panel. I was also invited to give some final remarks. I'm going to do those 2 things together and as succinctly as I can. And my way of doing so would really be to say to you, Governor, that as we look ahead to this proposed investment conference that I think we should try to prepare well together, the panelists have given us, I think, I would say about 5 or 6 marching orders, and let me iterate those. The first is that there was really clear agreement that there is plenty to draw on. Models are there, experience is there, and as one panelist put it, we should build on and from what we already have. The second is to say that there is a real need for a multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder approach. And we talk about this, but I think there is live experience of how to integrate and how, as many of you have said, to bring in particularly the private sector. The private sector is going to be key to achieving the kinds of scale that the people of Garissa need. And so when we talk investment, we're really going to need to reach out to the private sector actors and to find ways, and there are ways, as the panelists have shown, of showing how they can make a profit by making a difference. And so that's something that we will need to work on together. So public-private partnership, blended finance, municipal bonds, all of the different things that the panelists have put on the table as possibilities. Third is the thematic priorities. How does one prioritize when everything is urgent? But what came from this panel, I think, was two very clear clusters of issues. The first is around resilience. We know that the climate emergency is only going to deepen, and it's going to challenge your development path even more. So how do we promote resilience of all kinds? Water, we've heard a very keen insistence on that. Climate-smart forms of agriculture. A clustering of issues around the thematic of resilience. And then the second is precisely around maternal and child health, early childhood development, nutrition, because children and mothers are the foundation of your development. So those two very clear thematic priorities that have come out. I think in conclusion, everybody has agreed that the CIDP is the starting point, and it's so terrific that we have a very strong county integrated development plan. I must say I like the idea, and we have this experience that one of our Williams spoke about from southern Ethiopia, of a multi-year resilience strategy. And I think that might be a very interesting thing to develop together. So there, in my short summary, Mheshimiwa, would be what I see coming from this excellent panel as our marching orders as we look at next steps. Permit me then just to wind up with my closing remarks to say the following. In my opening remarks, I highlighted the challenges, and they are legion. They are legion in a world that is rather turbulent right now, a region that is pretty turbulent right now, and even in Kenya, where we have this pole of stability and development, but even here, the challenges are legion, and particularly because of the climate emergency and the ways in which the international turbulence is affecting us on the ground. But we also noted, and the documentary showed this so well, Garissa is a county of great potential and opportunity. And I think that this session, I hope, has really helped to open minds and persuade all of the partners in the room and many more that Garissa is where we should invest. So looking ahead to this investment conference and to bring to it the kind of vision that you and your government and your people have brought to this event, let me pledge the United Nations support as we go forward together. You've certainly heard that we already have much activity underway. We want to do much, much more. Let me just conclude then with some votes of thanks, if you'll forgive me. The first is to the panelists. One more time, please. Thank you so much, everybody. To you, Madam Moderator, often unsung, but really excellent job, and also to Dr. Idle for having moderated the earlier panel. To the team that put this event together. Many were involved, but if you'll forgive me, I particularly want to single out Dr. Zainab Khalif, Partnerships Officer in the RCO. Zainab, thank you so much. Thank you. To all of you in the room for having stayed the distance all morning and into this early afternoon, but I think we did something valuable here today. And finally, Governor, as I hand back to you, thank you so much for your leadership, and thank you for convening us here today. Asanteni sana.
A proper round of applause as they leave the stage. Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen Jackson, our chief guest, for such a wonderful job in moderating and just bringing the conversations to rest. Kindly please come back for a quick picture, please, before you take a seat, a quick photo. And just a quick reminder that we'll be having a QR code where you can scan and download the pictures. No need to keep calling the photographer and then they say we'll send you. So yeah, so that's the QR code on the screen. You can scan it. You will download all the pictures that we have taken today. So as they take that picture, the next session we're going to have plenary. We just want to finish everything quickly so when we break for lunch, we can just break for good for those who want to travel. So we'll give it 20 minutes. If you have any questions for the previous panel, we'll pass the microphone around for you to ask your question and address it to a specific person so that the subject matter experts can address them. So, all right.
Okay, let me conclude and bring this very, very wonderful conference to a close by really, really thanking each one of you. That, as I said earlier, that you people not only accepted our invitation, but you came so early, you're still here almost 2 o'clock with this patience. It only shows and tells that you all have a soft place for Garissa in your heart. So, first of all, please clap for yourselves for this great, and I really, really appreciate. Number 2, please allow me or join me in appreciating our chief guest today. This gentleman, I'm sure you will all agree with me, he's a great man. He not only co-organized this conference, co-sponsored, and took the initiative largely by himself and his people. 2 or 3 of his staff members have been fully on board with us from the day we started discussing, and therefore fully committed to this up to this last minute. As you can see how much vigor and dedication he has for this conference and for the goodwill he's showing for Garissa County. I really can't thank enough Dr. Jackson. And then what I want to say is, please allow me and join me in honoring him with a small token of appreciation for the goodwill, for his sincerity of purpose. You even heard him saying that he's keen also to partner with us in working on the forthcoming or the conference that I did, the investment conference that I mentioned. That tells you the goodwill he has, and again, not only representing himself, but also representing the UN. Dr. I really appreciate. I can't thank you enough. So allow me to join me in passing a small token of appreciation to him. This morning I mentioned something called the Hirola, which is our county's and a heritage, symbol for us. This is the awarded to you with our deepest appreciation. The Hirola, our Garissa County, home of the Hirola. Now the little bit of the story down here says that the Hirola is the world's rarest and most endangered antelope, largely found in the southern part of Garissa County, a unique, beautiful animal which looks like it's wearing spectacles. We call on the world community to help us conserve the Hirola. So you are one of those, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Karibu.
And for our chief guest, Mr. Stephen Jackson, for his commitment in word and deed. All right, so I'm told we have 20 minutes for Q&A for our plenary session. That is the QR code to scan. Sorry? For the photos, sorry. The QR code for the photos. So I will, there's one microphone, I think, in the audience for people to ask the questions. So let's give it a maximum of 20 minutes. We have one gentleman there. And probably we can have this with our speakers who are going to be responding to the questions. 20 minutes, we break for lunch.
Thank you very much.
Call it a day.
My name is Mohammed Khalif. I am going to speak as a native of Dadaab. That's where I come from. The road that goes through Dadaab is actually called the Khalif Nuda Road. My father did it in 1959. And my question was to William, the UNHCR representative in Dadaab. Wana William, what is the difference between Kalobey in Kakuma and in Dadaab? Why is Dadaab marginalized? Because when the statistics were being given to us by the representative of the Danish embassy, she said that 6% live in Kakuma, while in Dadaab, 50%. People there, imagine, we don't live like Kalobey, there are no houses there. What is your UNHCR on that side in Kalobey doing that you're not doing? That's my first question.
We only have room for one question, please.
This is just a B of it. Secondly, there is this issue of refugees owning cattle and competing with those for I'm a native, indigenous native, or that's the community land. And if I was going to put to the governor, my governor is very polite, like you have said it in your own speech, that he's not even talking about the environmental degradation, what exactly is happening there. We have a municipality now, he gave us a municipality, he did very well for us, but please, why is Kalobey there? When is the Ushirika coming up? What is the delay? That's my question. Thank you very much, madam, for allowing me to talk.
All right, thank you. But we'll only stick to one question, please, so that we can take at least 5. So let's take the 5 questions and then pass the microphones to the respondents. Any other question? Do we have any other question before we move to, we have the gentleman in...
Thank you. My name is Hussein. I am the Executive Director for SOLO, national organizations that works in Garissa County. I want to applaud first the governor and the county government for organizing this. It's first of its kind in northern Kenya, and we really appreciate it. My question is, I've not seen the private sector, particularly the telecommunication company, the banks, and academics, be part of this conversation, and also the local organizations, be it in the panel or because they have rich understanding, local knowledge and local needs. So I think in our next plans of maybe repeating this, or the investment plan conferences, let's consider the private sector and local organization. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion. One final question, and then we'll take the answers so that we can let our governor go in good time. I see no hands, so let's pass the microphone to Daktari over here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I mean, I'm a forward-looking person, and I think I would paraphrase it. What do we need to do to bring opportunities and development to Dadaab and Garissa as a whole? That means we have to think together, plan together. It's a joint responsibility to bring opportunities. Our commitment is to work with the municipality, to work with the county government and all other agencies to change the way we've been thinking. The refugee program has been a response program. It's 33 years too late to bring opportunities to Dadaab. Thank you.
The other question was more of a comment, so do we have any other? I think we'll take that as an opportunity to say we have had enough conversation. It does not mean during lunch break we cannot talk. Reach out to our speakers this morning and get to converse with them more deeply on some of these issues that are particular to you. And probably just in closing to mention that the county government, in collaboration with the UN UN Resident Coordinator's Office, Dr. Stephen Jackson, will be sharing a report on all the things that have been discussed today and the way forward is. And I think just to summarize what today has been all about, I would like to borrow the words of Dr. Ahmed Mahbub, who was in the last panel, who said, integration to yield results. And for me, it's integration not only in information, but also in resources. So I thank you very much for your time, for your patience, and for your deliberations here today. I am hoping this is a journey of 1,000 miles that begin with one step. My name is Risian Lebai. I've been your moderator. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch.
Garissa, a land of contrast and opportunity, a county where the ancient and modern coexist, where the land is both vast and fertile, and where a bright future is being built every day. Here is the untold story of Garissa County, its people, its resources, its beauty, and its potential. For centuries, the Tana River has been the lifeline of Garissa. Its waters nourish the land, sustain communities, and drive the economy. The story of Garissa will always be told alongside this massive and beautiful water body, which is both a source of joy and at times heartache for the people of Garissa. Garissa's agricultural sector is growing rapidly. Large-scale and smallholder farms are harnessing the river's potential, producing some of Kenya's finest fruits and grains.
Garissa County, I can say without fear of contradiction, is not known to many people, Kenyans and even beyond our borders, in many ways. Many times the little bit of information that is out there seems to be a bit of mixed, if not actually negative. But Garissa is more than that. This is a county where the potential for development, the potential for everything is huge.
At the Balambala irrigation scheme, this massive rice plantation sums up the potential of Garissa as an agricultural hub. Here, more than 30 hectares of land have been irrigated with waters from the Tana River, supplying tons of rice all year round. The harvests are packaged and are seen as a model farm that can be replicated in other locations across the county, improving food security and nutritional health.
Some of the best farming products come from Garissa. The watermelons are second to none. The onions that we produce are one of the best in the country. The lemons, for that matter, the mangoes. And therefore, it's very, very important. You can easily call it the lifeline of the county.
Closer to the river, you will find the Alole irrigation scheme with its beautiful mango orchards. The farm boasts more than 192 hectares of arable land. The farmers here are optimistic about the future.
Mimea inaitwa ngoi au dudu kwa jina ingine. Ni miti ambayo ni mingi sana tumepanda hapa. Ile mimea ni mzuri kwetu ambayo tunabatanga mabato. Sisi zamani tulikuwa wajungaji. Tunajunga ng'ombe, mbuzi. Sasa wakati mfuko umeisha ndio tumejua ardhi iko na maana. Inatoka mabato mzuri sana. Ndio sasa tumearifuka sasa tunataka kila mahali tupitie sasa.
Irrigation in Garissa is not just limited along the banks of the Tana River. Beyond the riverbanks, farmers in the drylands are also making strides.
waxa ana ka soo fikirnay waxaan ogaanay dhulkayna inuu yahay dhul aad iyo aad u fiican
oo wax soo saar leh oo haddii la maalgeliyo wax soo saarayo oo laga kaftoomayo muxuu ahaa maskiinnimada liinta meesha ka baxayso qaraha meesha ka baxaayo way ka macaan yihiin cambada kudi way ka macaan yihiin miraha kale ee ka baxayaan kenyada kale countiga aad iyo aad baan ugu mahadcelinayaa gafanaha wuu mahadsan yahay aad iyo aad u mahadsan yahay wuu ka warhayaa beeraha Garissa County wuu ka warhayaa aad iyo aad buuna u mahadsan yahay waxaa noo imaata hadda mar laga joogo ilaa 8 bilood 9 bilood WFP oo ay soo dirtay county soo direen oo noo sameysay muxuu ahaa sheelka weyn meesha hadda aad ku arkaysiin oo lagu naasiriyo muxuu ahaa basasha yaanyada waxyaalaha lagu naasiriyo waxa kale oo WFP oo county-ga ay soo dirtay oo irrigation bay noo sameysay ayadana beelashi bay noo xiriiriyeen.
Away from the farms and the river, livestock rearing is a way of life in Garissa. Camels, cows, sheep and goats sustain thousands of families and drive commerce across the region. The Wednesday livestock market is the heartbeat of the county's economy.
Soko ya kubwa kabisa Kenya yote ni hii ya Northeastern Garissa County. Hii soko kubwa inatoka Wajir, Mandera, boda ya huko Somalia, inatoka Tana River.
Livestock is our economic mainstay, and therefore not just the Garissa market, but also we have a number of other markets, whether in Dadaab, in Modogash, in Banambala, and therefore we are big traders in livestock, and for that matter, big exporters to the other part of the country. Going forward, our intention is now to process, add value. The simple selling of the live animal is not really quite as beneficial as it should if we were able to process and add value. The hides and skins being processed separately, with the meat being processed separately, and that's why therefore we are now talking about the county industrial park that is upcoming hopefully soon. We have huge rice plantations. We've also decided to use one of those facilities, the factory, for the rice processing. It's a very, very important industrial park for us, and actually I want to use this opportunity to invite prospective investors to come forward and take up those facilities so that we work together into moving processing and value addition as quickly as possible.
Roaring sounds of machines echoes across the county. Roads, bridges, and public facilities are shaping a new future. Garissa is leading Kenya's clean energy revolution. The county is home to one of Africa's largest solar power plants, reducing dependency on fossil fuels and bringing electricity to thousands. This plant has installed capacity of 50 megawatts, which is enough to power more than 250,000 homes. Garissa Water and Sewerage Company, Gawasco, plays a crucial role in addressing the water needs of Garissa County, where water scarcity is often a challenge. As the primary provider of clean and safe drinking water, Gawasco ensures that communities across the county have access to this essential resource.
The system was designed to hold 21,000 water cubic. What we do is around 17,000. Garissa is the one of the growing town. The supply vis-a-vis the demand is bigger. Currently, we have around 11,000 connections. Our target is around 21,000 connections. Thanks to His Excellency, the Governor Nadif Jama, he did for us an 8 set of filters. He did a model lab for us. He did an elevated tanks, and he has even renovated the whole system.
Healthcare in Garissa is also changing for the better. The county's hospitals are being upgraded, providing better medical services, including specialized cancer centers and dialysis units.
This is the only cancer center in this region. We have so many patients, especially in this region. Now that it is serving about 7 counties. Since we started, I can tell you, if you come here on a Monday, Tuesday, you see the patients who are coming for clinics, you will be very happy. Very many patients have really been assisted. Patients have really recovered. That one I can attest. They come here, they tell us, thank you so much, you saved my life.
The hospital's dialysis center is a source of hope for individuals suffering from kidney diseases. With cutting-edge technology and highly trained medical staff, it offers life-saving treatment to patients from across the northern eastern region, greatly improving the quality of life for many.
We have 5 walking machines, and per day we normally dialyze up to 17 patients. Actually, a machine has to dialyze only 3 patients in 24 hours. Previously, we used to have the MES project machines, which currently none of them is working. Last year, March, that is when the county government chipped in and they bought us 5 new machines, the ones that we are using right now. The big challenge is that we have less machines against the number of patients. And this hospital is very big. We have so many patients coming in from referrals. Patients from Wajir, Mandera, Tana River, and even from within the county, private facility, they normally refer patients to us.
The hospital also boasts state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment, including a fully equipped CT scan, ensuring that critical health conditions are detected early and accurately. In addition, the oxygen plant is a vital resource, supplying continuous oxygen to the hospital's wards, particularly for emergency and respiratory patients.
This is where we refill cylinders. We take them to this manifold. At a time we can fill 10. So 10, it takes like 24 hours. We have our storage area. This is where we store our empties. These are waiting to be filled. The pipe, it goes direct to the wards. Before we used to get it from Nairobi, and because of the distance, many things were happening on the way. But since we are having this in this facility, we are even helping the other facilities from this end. Because you cannot give critical care to patients without oxygen. On the way.
This hospital is a level 5 hospital, which is the second apex, highest apex in this country, because the highest level is level 6, where Kenyatta National Hospital and Moi Teaching and Referral Hospitals falls. So this hospital, under those tertiary, secondary, tertiary, critical care and emergency cares, that this hospital also have over 50 specialists. It has almost 32 departments. Currently, we're having a critical care unit, that is ICU, and then we have HDU, which is almost 8 beds. And then we have under 6 theaters. We are having what's called an outpatient turnover of 500 to 1,000 per day.
Garissa's healthcare future is looking brighter with the ongoing construction of a new level 5 hospital. This facility will include a specialized 400-bed capacity of mother and child wing, ensuring better healthcare for mothers and infants across the region. The hospital's expansion will not only meet growing demand, but will also